place, especially in the fall. You know, the cold did get to me eventually, and I sold my practice to two former interns who were my associates, so they have the practice right now. I joined Merck Animal Health a couple years ago, and I've moved to North Carolina, where my wife's family was from, and when my kids are going to college. So I work for Merck right now, and it's called Merck in the United States and in Canada. It's a very big human company. We're in 100 countries, we have 60,000 employees. But Merck Animal Health, the animal division, is only 2% of the company. So if you travel through Europe, you will see it's called Merck Sharp and Dome around the whole world, but it will be called Merck in the US and in Canada. And we do make some of the traditional brands here, you know, Banamine injectable and Banamine paste, Regimate, Panacure, Protozil. You know, we have a really good vaccine line. So those are some names that you guys might recognize, you know, that are part of our portfolio. So today, I'm going to talk about vaccines and about our biosurveillance program. But, you know, a vaccine talk can be pretty boring, right? It's not the most exciting thing. So I'm going to give you an honest assessment of what vaccines are, but there is a couple components of vaccination that are very important, which is equine influenza and herpes virus. And you know, every time there's outbreaks around the country, those are the organisms that you will see. So I will not only talk about the vaccine, I will talk about the diseases, how they work. So I want you to have like a take-home message to understand these disease processes instead of just thinking of this as a vaccine partnership. And it was a first to market equine biosurveillance program for equine infectious respiratory disease. It's become the gold standard in the industry. It's a value-added service. So equine clinics that use our vaccine line, we offer these services to those clinics. So if they have a horse with a fever, a cough, or respiratory signs, they can send samples overnight to to our biosurveillance program at UC Davis, and you can have results within 24 hours. So it's a very useful thing for equine practitioners. There's over 300 practices enrolled across the country, and we have already processed 13,000 samples. So we have a lot of data, and you'll see here in a little bit, I'll explain as well. We have used this data to monitor the equine respiratory diseases in the US, and even updated our vaccine line based on that. So if we look at all this data that we have collected over a long time, these are the diseases that we see that is compiled, and what time of the year do those diseases occur. So if you look at this data, do you see these two big spikes right here? So look at this, between January and March, equine influenza sort of rears its head across the whole United States. And then towards the end of the year, between September and December, that is when equine herpes virus rears its ugly head at that point. So there's like 2 times of the year that a different pathogen will sort of become the most prevalent. But if you look here, based on our data, you know, a lot of times we will vaccinate horses right in the spring, maybe March or April, you know, but if you look here, that's, you know, you're gonna miss this big spike right here in equine influenza. So we're thinking that maybe sometimes vaccinating a little bit on the early side of things, there might be some benefit to horses there. What's another thing that we have noticed is that the increase in, you know, a new pathogen, not new, but one that is sort of becoming more and more prevalent. So if we look back at all those samples and say, well, Phil, what's coming up positive, right, from all these samples? So the most common pathogen in equine respiratory disease is actually equine herpes virus 4. That's the most common one. And that's followed by equine influenza. But look in third place, strep equi or strangles. So the prevalence of strangles is going up and up and up. So compared to many years ago, it's the fastest growing respiratory pathogen that we are seeing on our surveillance. So if we talk about types of vaccines, what types do we have? We have killed virus or bacteria vaccines, which are basically inactivated vaccines. So if you think, for example, rabies vaccine, when they make the vaccine, It's actually live rabies. It's the actual disease in the lab that is the true contagious form of this disease. So they replicate this virus to make the vaccine, and after they make a batch, they then inactivate it. They have a process in which they will kill the virus, right? So it doesn't cause disease, and then they will, process it and turn it into a vaccine. So when you receive, or the animal receives this vaccine, it will receive, the actual true antigen of that organism and build an immunity against it. So that's a very common way to make a vaccine. And you very often need adjuvants to add the boost to the immune response, and they will filter that. So that's a very, popular way to making a vaccine. Then another one is called a modified live. So a modified live is a vaccine that the organism is actually alive, but it has been modified so it can't really replicate. So we have a very good influenza vaccine, which is intranasal, and that vaccine, we give it as a mister in the nose, and it replicates. It becomes like a small version of the disease, but it can only live in the horse's nose, because as soon as it goes anywhere else in the body temperature of the horse will kill this virus. So it will mimic a disease, but it cannot infect the horse. But it creates very, very good immunity. And then we also have these genetically engineered vaccines. The best example I can give you is probably the COVID vaccines, right? The mRNA vaccines. Some people like them, some people think it's controversial. So what they'll do sometimes, they'll incorporate, one disease. For example, in West Nile vaccines in horses, sometimes they'll get a component of the West Nile, like the shell of the West Nile virus, and they'll attach it to yellow fever. And horses cannot get yellow fever, right? So you can inject that into the horse as the yellow fever as a carrier. It will not create an infection, but will also expose the horse to the DNA or the RNA of the West Nile, and it will create an immune response. So these are the three big categories. Every time you hear people talk about vaccines, it's probably going to fall in one of these three, just to give you an overview of how that goes. So vaccine choices is not one size fits all. It's based on risk of exposure, consequence of disease, the efficacy of the vaccine, the cost of vaccination, the potential cost of the disease, and the potential for adverse reactions, right? So we know that, for example, a strangles vaccine, you can have side effects, right? And I used to call it, when I was in practice, it's the damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So if I gave a strangles vaccine and the horse had a side effect like purpura hemorrhagica, where they get really big swollen legs, the client would be like, why did you give it, right? And then if I didn't give the vaccine and the horse got strangles, they would say, why did you not give it? Or why did you give it? So you couldn't win, right? So if you gave it and you had a reaction, you were guilty. If you didn't give it and the horse got strangles, you were also guilty, right? So that's when you have to talk about it. So there is some pros and cons when we talk about that. So there's two big categories for equine vaccines. So all horses, these are the essential vaccines that the horse should receive. Eastern encephalitis, Western encephalitis, West Nile, tetanus, and rabies. So that's sort of, those are diseases that the horse does not need to travel. They can get it in the backyard. And the one thing that you will see on this group of diseases here, several of those diseases are lethal to horses. You might save a horse with West Nile, you might save a horse with Eastern, but the chance of mortality on these diseases is extremely high. So the chance your horse will die is pretty good. But the good news is, it also happens to be the most effective vaccines on the market. I am yet, in 22 years as an owner of a practice, or 30 years as a veterinarian, seen a horse that was properly vaccinated, properly documented he was vaccinated, get one of these diseases. And if you see the reports of horses with Eastern encephalitis or West Nile, and you go back and say, where are the vaccine records? Oh, we don't have them, this horse was not vaccinated. So these are extremely efficacious vaccines. So you're gonna have different companies making all these claims, but I'm gonna be honest with you, since you're all Dutch, right? So if you buy a vaccine from any company, these vaccines are highly effective. That's the honest answer to that. So how are you gonna compare these based on reactivity or the different combos that they have, right? But just know that this is something every horse should get in the US every year. Number one is because these are fatal diseases. Number two, these are highly effective vaccines. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. So then, now we move on to the right side, which is the risk-based vaccines. So it's a big list right there. For example, where I was in Vermont Potomac horse fever was very, very big, right? We treated a lot of cases up there. Strangles can be very prevalent. Venezuelan encephalitis is, we don't see that much at all. Maybe people in southern Texas might vaccinate that, you know, but 99% of the United States will not vaccinate for Venezuelan. But here are the three big ones again: strangles, influenza, and equine herpes virus 1 and 4. Those are vaccines that help horses a lot, and they should be vaccinated for it, but you're not going to get the level of protection that you're going to see like the diseases on the left. And there are reasons for that. And my job today is to explain those reasons so you guys know why these vaccines don't work well, but why you should still vaccinate. So that's going to be the take-home message today, is to actually understand those diseases. So let's talk about equine influenza, or the flu. These horses get really high fevers. So a lot of times you come to the barn, you hear this cough, right, the hack. And it's like, uh-oh, horse doesn't want to eat this grain. You take a temperature, and this horse got a 105, 106, right? You get these really high temperatures on these horses. They'll have a clear nasal discharge. They kind of look depressed. They don't want to eat. Over time, if they're sick for a long time, maybe weight loss. And they also get muscle weakness and myalgia. Who here has had the flu and felt really, really achy? You know, you sore, right? Do you know why you get sore when you have the flu? Because the body is trying to fight the infection so hard that your immune system is so upregulated that it also attacks your muscles. And that's why you feel so sore. So it's actually your body causing the soreness and not the virus. So that is the myalgia comes in from, you know, your immune system really working hard to sort of get rid of the organism. You might see subclinical signs in vaccinated horses. So a horse, if they're vaccinated properly, they might get a 102 fever or not eat for a day and sort of bounce back much quicker. Same thing as in people, right? They tell us to get the flu vaccine. Doesn't mean you're not going to get it, but you might not be sick for a week. You might be sick for a day or two, right? And then the other thing, if that goes from a clear nasal discharge to that, when you get banana pudding coming out of the nostrils, right? Now you know you have a secondary bacterial infection. So immune system is down enough, you have this virus, and now a bacteria has a great opportunity to also add to the infection, and now you're battling two different things at once. So it's a short incubation period, 48 to 72 hours. The one thing to always remember, really high fever. So if your horse is not eating, has a really high fever, you know, of course call your vet, but the flu is very likely. And the one thing about the thing that I need to remember people all the time is it's a biphasic fever. So they're gonna get a fever in the beginning of the disease. You're gonna call your veterinarian, you're gonna give it some Banamine, right? Give your horse fluid, support it. Your horse is gonna look better, it's gonna start eating again. And then on day 7, it's gonna spike another fever. You're gonna call your vet, like, well, treatment is not working, I got another fever. No, it's a normal process of the disease. You're gonna get a second spike. So that's it's something that you can expect that is going to happen. So just remember that. And the horses shed large amount of virus in nasal secretions for up to 8 to 9 days. So you gotta isolate these horses, right? Anything there. We had a horse in Vermont one time, shipped from Europe, right? And got the flu, and this one lady walks her horse in, and this horse was in isolation. They were doing everything right at this barn, but she took a shortcut through a side door, and she let the horse nuzzle the other horse. And we saw it happen, and we were like, no, right? So then the horse nuzzles. 3 days later, that horse comes down with the flu, and it was a strain that is not from the US, and that horse was as sick as you can imagine. So, you know, so isolation is a very big component to it. So how does it transmit? Nasal secretions and cough. It's an airborne transmission. It can spread up to 150 feet, but especially direct contact between the horses. Indirect contact is a little less common, but the virus can survive less than 72 hours on wet surfaces and less than 48 hours on dry surfaces. So if you look at the horse's airway, right, especially the trachea, and you grab a microscope and you zoom in, right, what are you going to see? That's the lining of the trachea of a horse. See how those are cilia, looks like hair? So when you have phlegm and snot in your chest, right, how does it always? It always comes up, right? Like you get sick and you got stuff coming up. It's because those hairs transport things up your airway so you can get rid of it. So it's part of the protective mechanism of the horse. But when these horses get the flu, look what happens. That's normal, that's normal. What happened? It's gone, right? So when these horses get the flu, it just denudes the lining of the airway of this protective cilia barrier. And that's why horses that get the flu need to be rested for a week for every day they have a fever afterwards. Because if you put them back to work, they can't clear their airways, right? So you put them back to work and now they're gonna get another infection or they're gonna be susceptible to other problems. So just remember, just because the fever is gone and the horse is eating, it doesn't mean that this has completely healed up. So we do see outbreaks, right? For example, the Bureau of Land Management in the United States, they have horses in burrows and they are not vaccinated because they're wild. And if they got the flu and they've never been exposed to it really, or they weren't vaccinated, 100 of them died, right? So it's one of those, if you don't have immunity against something or you don't have vaccination, it can really affect you. But always remember here, there's a take-home message. 1 week off for every day of fever, right? So if you're in the middle of show season, you do not want your horse to get the flu, right? Because you're gonna have to be off for a period of time. So it's a risk-based vaccine. There are multiple killed intramuscular vaccines, but there's also one modified intranasal vaccine, and I will talk about that a little bit more at the other end of the presentation. But now I want to talk about the flu virus and explain why it's such an elusive virus and why these vaccines don't work really well. So we're going to dig in a little bit further here. So this is the flu virus, and you see these spikes here? So these spikes is what we call these outer surface proteins, and there's two big groups of them. There's hemagglutinin and neuraminidase. And what those spikes do for these viruses is when they enter your nasal passage in people or animals, those spikes attach to you. And that's how the virus holds on to you and enters your cells and starts to replicate. That's how it works. So if you look at that, hemagglutinin and neuraminidase, H and N. You ever heard of the viruses in people? They call them H1N1, H3N2. So they named viruses based actually on these outer surface proteins. So H1N1 is the human flu, also known as the swine flu, even though we get it, right? And H3N2 is the bird flu, the avian flu. We also get that. You know, so these classifications come based on these outer surface proteins. So the equine version of this disease is H3N8. So we will not get the equine flu, and they will not get our flu. They have their own flu, right? But if you see those names, I just wanted you to know where those names come from. But what do these viruses do? They're very tricky, right? So we just had the COVID outbreak. We think it came from China. They said it was a novel virus, right? How do you get a brand new virus? And I'm gonna explain that. There's two things viruses do, and they're very good at it. They can do what's called an antigenic shift, or they can do something that is called an antigenic drift. And let's start with the shift. So the shift is if you have one individual, an animal or person, that is infected with two viruses at the exact same time, okay? So you have virus A with its outer surface proteins, and it's got its RNA code inside, and you get virus B, it's a complete different virus with its outer surface proteins and its RNA inside. So when those two viruses replicate inside the same individual on a rare occasion, what can happen? They will mix. So look at that. It's got some of the outer surface proteins from virus B, some of the virus A, and look at the RNA. It took half the RNA of this virus, half the RNA of that virus, and what do we have now? A complete new virus. And when that happens, the vaccines don't work, we don't have an immunogenicity. So when we got COVID, that's what happened. We don't know if it happened in a bat or in a lab. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, you know, it happened somewhere. You know, but whatever happened, this is what happened. So an individual was infected with two viruses at the same time, their DNA matched up, and it created a brand new organism that nobody had immunity to, and then it spread like wildfire. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's the antigenic shift. And this is in the early 60s. This happened to horses. The horse flu used to be H7N7. But in the 60s, it became H3N8. And up to today, it's still H3N8. So as long as we don't get another shift, right, that is going to remain in place. But they also have something called an antigenic drift, which is a small mutation. So what happens here is, over time, you see you have your virus and you have your RNA, and for some reason, a tiny little piece of the RNA code gets changed. See this tiny little orange speck in there? It just changes a little bit, just a tiny little bit. But when it changes that little bit, your immune system hasn't seen it, the vaccine is not efficacious against it, and now you sort of don't have a new virus, you have the same virus, but you have a new version of the virus, like a new version of Windows, right? Windows 10, now you go to Windows 11. So you have this new virus. So we happen to be in Ocala right now, where the last major antigenic drift actually occurred in this town in 2013 at the HIT show. So they had the HIT show, and to be able to get onto the grounds, you need to have all these horses prove vaccination, right? They got the flu vaccine, they got the rhino vaccine, they're all up to date, they got the booster. You can't enter the showgrounds without it. But we had an outbreak, and we had 2 cases of equine herpes myencephalitis, which is the neurologic version of the herpes virus that we all dread, right? And then we also had several horses sick with equine herpes virus 1, but the fevers were spreading like wildfire, and we found out about this herpes virus, but some horses were testing negative. So they actually ended up using our biosurveillance program, and they sent hundreds of samples to us. And what we found out is that in addition to this herpes virus outbreak, there was also at the same time an equine influenza outbreak happening. So, the HIT show, as you guys know well, it's a multidiscipline event, big economic impact, big showgrounds, a lot of horses. So this disease outbreak happened in 2013 with many horses with fever, 13 positive for EHV1. 2 horses developed the neurologic version of this disease, right? But then we found out that the equine influenza had a background infection going on, and how did they stop the spread of that? They actually used our intranasal vaccine, because it's a great vaccine to stop an outbreak, and they got things under control. So we at Merck went back and we grabbed this 6-year-old Warburg gelding. They had classical signs of the flu, had a great history of vaccination, right? But he got the disease. So we wanted to sequence that flu strain that horse had. So we did the sequencing on that to then find out that that new antigenic drift had occurred, and we had a new version of the virus. So with that new version of the virus, we actually went and grabbed that, and we updated our flu vaccine at Merck to include that latest strain, right? So we used that opportunity to upgrade the strain that we had. So if you look here, you go back to the 60s, right? The H3N8 equine influenza virus. Then over time, these viruses keep changing, right? So we then eventually broke into an American and a European lineage of the flu. And then there became a sublineage, the South American, the Florida, and the Kentucky versions of this virus. And then later on, the Florida version became the dominant version around the world. And then later on, there was another small change in these viruses. And then they had another division between clade 1 and clade 2. So if you read the vaccine label, they will talk about clade 1 and clade 2, right? And then if you look at clade 1, those are the strains that have occurred. They always name it by the year. So you can see here, clade 2 used to be more predominant in Europe. Clade 1 was more predominant in the US. Now Europe is sort of switching to clade 1 as their predominant. Now clade 2 is in Asia. But what you want is a good flu vaccine, according to the World Animal Health Organization, should include a clade 1 and a clade 2 vaccine, especially if horses travel internationally. So what we did at Merck was we included clade 2 and clade 1 strains in our vaccine. And then this Florida 13 antigen that we have in our vaccine matches about 99% of the circulating flu that we have in the United States right now. So there's 2 types of immunity for the flu or for anything in your body, right? We have something called humoral immunity, and we have something called cell-mediated immunity. Humoral immunity is what you get with these IM vaccines, right? Most of them. And what happens is you get antibodies. Imagine antibodies as these clumps, and they basically cover the virus. And what they do is they cover the virus all the way around, and if they cover it really well, that virus cannot attach to you, and that's how it prevents disease and allows it to get cleared. But now if you have an old strain, for example, of vaccine with a new virus, the antibody might only cover 60% of the virus or 40% of the virus, and there's enough virus exposed that it can now be more likely to attack. So an older vaccine might still work, but you don't get as good as an immunity out of it. So if you look here, our prestige vaccine includes that Florida 13 version, which actually was born here out of Ocala, Florida. So it's sort of interesting that this is where we are, right? Yes. So now moving on to equine herpes virus, which is the other side of the equation. But before you jump into another disease, I just wanted to share a story with you guys, you know, from breeding Dutch warm blood mares, right? So I had this client in Vermont that she got a new horse, but she was a young horse owner. And she hadn't been around horses very much, but she was married to a very rich orthopedic surgeon, right? So she had a budget that she could go with. So she buys this mare, but she really wanted a foal, even though she was a novice horse owner. And of course, she wants frozen semen, right? And when I started my practice, like I told you, I started out of a basement, and I didn't have much money. So as a surgeon, to make ends meet, I had to do repro work, which is not a surgeon's thing to do, right? And I had to do it in the field with frozen semen, right? In Vermont. So now, this lady is very enthusiastic, right, about this whole process. But of course, I'm checking these follicles, as you guys know. And it's 11 o'clock at night, and I'm thinking to myself, please don't ovulate, right? I don't want to do this right now, but I have to go check. So I go out there. This lady's holding the mare for the ultrasound, a huge smile on her face, and of course that mare ovulates at 11 o'clock at night, right? So now I gotta thaw the semen out and get this whole thing ready. There we are, ready to do it. And I tie this mare's tail up, right? I wash her out. We're in the stall. I thaw the semen out. So finally I got my sleeve on, I got my lube on, ready to get this over with. So this mare standing in the stall, very nice, sweet mare named Ariel. And the owner's holding her enthusiastically. And as soon as I put my arm inside of the mare, right? That mare, without moving a foot, looks over her shoulder, right? Straight into my eyes. And not briefly, she sort of looks over and just looks at me for like several seconds, deep into my eyes. This horse owner's holding the horse. And then I hear, uh-oh. She goes, I think she's afraid that the babies will look like you. So, you know, if you practice long enough around you guys, you will hear anything and everything from triple X rated to very cute, right? So I thought this one was appropriate. So I just wanted to share, you know, a breeding story with you guys. Don't worry, the baby did not look like me. So now moving on to equine herpes virus, right? So there's two types of herpes virus. There's herpes virus type 1 and type 4. And what's the big difference? One will cause neurologic disease, abortions, and respiratory infection, right? And herpes virus 4 pretty much only causes respiratory disease. But every time you see respiratory disease caused by herpes virus, it tends to be herpes virus 4. It's the most common one. Remember the very chart I showed you, right? Not gonna be as sick as the flu, but you can tell that they're not feeling right. Now, if they have a reproductive loss, you know, that's the, you know, the 5th, 7th, and 9th month, you know, herpes virus shot to prevent abortions. You know, that's what we're trying to prevent from this disease to cause neonatal foal death or stillbirths or abortions. And then we have the neurologic disease, which no vaccine is really good in preventing, just to be honest, across the board, right? And those horses will have fever, ataxia, ascending paralysis, and all of those horses can go down, you know, and there's a high mortality rate with those horses. So how does this happen? Like any respiratory disease in the horse, it always goes in through the nose, right? They're gonna inhale the virus, and it will go from there. So EHV1 gets inhaled through the nose, but it's also shed through the nose, and then it will colonize in the back of the throat and replicate, and then it will infect endothelial cells, dendritic cells, and lymphocytes. But there's a trigeminal nerve in the horse, right? It's one of the cranial nerves, and this virus will go to that nerve, and it will infect these horses for the rest of their lives. They will always have it. You know, like people that have herpes virus, You know, you get your lid cold sores, different versions of it. Sometimes people refer to herpes virus as the gift that keeps on giving, right? Yes?
Is it, when you talk about the trigeminal nerve, do they become like nose flippers?
Nope, it just sits there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just enough that they reinfect themselves from within. So there's not really a neurologic component to it. It's just a reservoir within their body. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Oh, no, no problem. So, okay, so now you get this equine herpes virus 1, right? So how does that become the other diseases? So most of the time it will be respiratory disease, right? But you have heard the term viremia, right? So what is viremia? Viremia is when a virus enters your system and now it travels to the rest of your body through the blood system, right? And it goes throughout your whole body. It's like septicemia. So once it enters these lymphocytes, then it goes through the body. So if that lymphocyte is carrying this organism to your nervous tissue, now you get the neurologic form of the disease. If that EHV1 now travels with the lymphocyte through your system and goes to the uterus, it will create the reproductive version of this disease. So how does it determine which way it goes? It depends if you get viremia, and it depends where that white blood cell takes that virus to continue an infection down the road. So that's sort of how these things will happen. So primary infections with equine herpes 1 and 4 generally occur at very early age, within weeks to months. So these young horses, you can't vaccinate a horse until close to 6 months of age because they have the maternal antibodies from the colostrum, and the vaccines don't really work. We have to let those antibodies go down before vaccines work. But these horses get infected very early. And have you ever seen, sometimes you get these 3-month-olds, they have the snots a little bit, you know, they have the crud on the nose, but they're not really feverish or anything. A lot of them will get this disease, and they will then carry that disease for the rest of their lives. So almost all horses, 80%, have pre-existing these dormant latent infections in their system already, even before we can vaccinate it, right? So how does this get activated? Just like in people, stress will activate it. And it can activate in 2 forms, right? One form is you actually get the disease, you get sick, right? And the other form is you don't really get sick, but there's enough virus in the system that you start to shed it. So if you're vaccinated, but you start shedding it, it's not a great coverage. Now, other horses that are not vaccinated can get it, or young other foals can get it. So it's a very efficient virus in sort of surviving for a very long time and reactivating from time to time and shedding all across the horses on the farm. So the idea is that there's a good chance that your horse is perfectly healthy and vaccinated can have this sort of subclinical, you know, latent infection, and it might never express, you know, but it doesn't mean that they don't have it. So clinical signs, typically signs are seen within 1 to 3 days. The usual course was 7 to 10 days from the onset of signs, and they may shed as long as 21 to 28 days. So these horses will look completely back to normal, right? No fever, eating and drinking, and you walk by these horses, you think they look fine. But what do you need to do? You need to test these horses with nasal swabs to make sure they're not shedding anymore before you put them back into the herd. Because otherwise they might look normal to you, but if you put them back into the herd, they will shed it to all the other horses on the farm. So nose-to-nose contact, airborne transmission, and people will contaminate other horses, you know, through their hands and equipment, and water buckets, bits, clippers, brushes, and especially an aborted fetus or fetal fluids or a placenta from an infected horse is highly infectious. So that's when if they have an abortion at your farm, you gotta really clean and isolate that area because that can be very transmissible to other horses. Most horses have been infected and are latent carriers. Neurologic disease is a relatively rare disease. It has to grab that, you know, white blood cell and travel to the nervous system for that to happen, you know. And neurologic disease has been observed in horses that are vaccinated. So why do we see it? Because even though we vaccinate, you know, they still have the organism to begin with, right? So currently available vaccines do not reliably block the neurologic version of this disease. So why do we vaccinate them, right? They have it anyway, so why should we vaccinate? So although vaccination is not completely protective, it attenuates or lessens the severity of clinical disease. So if they do get the disease, like any other vaccine, they'll get a much milder form of that disease. But more important than anything, it will reduce viral shedding, right? So, and if the whole herd is vaccinated, or these sources go to show, consistent vaccination appears to reduce the frequency and the severity of respiratory disease and limit the occurrence of abortions. So why do we vaccinate? To try to control the disease as much as we can. But for us to stand here as vaccine manufacturers to tell you, you give our vaccine and you're not gonna see it, as you can see, that's really not true, right? We're trying to control this disease as much as we can, right? So immunity either from natural disease or vaccination is not complete, and it tends to be short-lived. And that's why sometimes we have to vaccinate every 6 months, if not every 3 to 4 months, sort of to keep the levels up to prevent this from happening. So now talking, we have our vaccine line. It's a very low reactivity vaccine line. We couple very different combos with our rabies vaccine, which is a very low reactivity vaccine. And we have the only monovalent rabies vaccine made specifically for horses. All the other companies have their rabies vaccine for multiple species, right? So you can give it to a cat, a sheep, a goat. So we have the only equine-only rabies vaccine. And because of that, it's very low reactivity. And many people will use other brands of vaccines and use our rabies because they know that, the reactivity is very, very low. So now, the easiest thing to do for your veterinarian is to come by, give an IM shot, right? Give your horses their vaccines. It's easy to do and move on. Now, we have 2 other vaccines at Merck that are different from everything else that is normally given. So we have this FluAvert. It's an intranasal vaccine specifically for the flu. It doesn't have an adjuvant. You will get no muscle soreness, and it's given as a mister in the nose, and it is incredibly protective against the flu and even creates a lot of cross protection against other respiratory diseases. Why does it do that? Because it creates that humoral immunity, like we talked about antibodies, but it also does what we call cell-mediated immunity in the nasal passages. So the second type of immunity with the IM shots really don't provide. So there's 2 ways to kill a virus. One is the virus enters your body, the antibody will coat it, right, and sort of inactivate it as best as it can for your immune system to sort of deal with it. The other way is to have cells in your system, T cells, B cells, that are pre-programmed against the virus. So when that virus hits the nose, those cells are in the horse's nostrils already, and they kill it on contact. So it's a complete different type of immunity. And what this vaccine does is sensitizes those cells in the air passages and creates 2 types of immunity. And the immunity of this vaccine is so strong that if a horse has never had a flu vaccine, we can give 1 dose of this vaccine and you don't need a booster, even if it's the first time the horse has ever gotten this vaccine. So it's a very neat product. So for example, you have a young horse, never been vaccinated for the flu, you do a pre-purchase exam in California and you gotta ship this horse to the East Coast, right? So like, well, the buyer wants to take it right away. Normally when you give the first round of immunizations, you have to do, first dose, then a booster, and sometimes in babies a 3rd dose, for example, right? This is one of those that if you have a yearling, you do a pre-purchase exam, you got to ship this horse in a few days, you can give 1 dose of FluAvert and ship the horse and you have your immunity for your trip, right? It's also the vaccine that every time, on a Friday afternoon at Merck, we get the phone call, there's an outbreak somewhere, right? It's the flu. They want us to ship doses because you can use this product in the face of an outbreak. So if you have 1,000 horses on a showground, if 5 horses have the flu, you can grab this product and boost to everybody in the barn, even if they've never had this vaccine or if they've never had a flu vaccine, it will help stop the outbreak. So it's a very efficacious product. Why do people sometimes get reluctant to use it? People hate those cannulas, right? They don't like to put something up the horse's nose, especially a veterinarian, because they don't want to battle it. So what we ended up doing is we looked at what are different ways of doing this. So we have moved away from these cannulas and we have moved to this mister. And that mister does not have to go up the horse's nose. You hold it in front of their nose and it creates like a pump mist, a little cloud that goes up their nose. You don't have to shove it up and look at the contact surface area you get from the mister compared to just something that runs out with a cannula. So it's a very efficacious way to give it and you don't have to go up the horse's nose. So what does it create? HA-specific antibodies, right? Like most IM vaccines do. But it will also give you that cell-mediated immunity against the organism so that, it will sort of inactivate or kill the organism as soon as it hits the horse's airways. So the other vaccine that we have, and you guys probably know this, is Pneumobord K, from Zoetis, and then we have our version of this, which is Prestige Prodigy, which is the anti-abortion vaccine for mares, right? The 5th, 7th, and 9th month of pregnancy, you give this. But this vaccine is also labeled for respiratory disease, right? It has a dual label. Most people don't realize that. But this is what's called a high antigen load vaccine. That's why it's 2 cc's. And it provides very good respiratory protection as well. And even though it's labeled and marketed as an EHV1 vaccine, it has an extremely good crossover protection to EHV4. So there's 2 ways to vaccinate a horse for respiratory disease. One is to use your traditional IM vaccines, which we make, everybody makes, right? But if you said to me as a veterinarian, what can I use as a respiratory combo to prevent a horse from getting respiratory disease? The combination of this vaccine with the intranasal flu, the chance of those horses actually getting respiratory disease is probably as low as you can get it with what's available on the market today. So I just wanted to let you guys know that there is some alternative protocols that you can consider. So that's the combination, the Prodigy IM in addition to the Fluavert intranasal vaccine. Yeah. So to wrap it up here at the end, I just want to share with you guys something that we have. Our equine identification system. So the Home Again system, the microchips are owned by Merck. So these microchips are very small. If you compare it to a penny, we implant those into horses. I think all you guys are familiar with it, right? So what I wanted to let you guys know is that, when you look at these little chips, they're very small. But the biggest concern that we have from people, because there's a lot of conspiracy theories in this country, as you guys know, people are worried that we can track a horse based on the microchip that they have in them, right? So I just wanted to put that at rest a little bit and let you guys know that the way that these chips work, right? So you have the scanner that scans the microchip, creates a wave of energy that activates the chip. There's no battery in the chip. So the chip sits there, can't do anything. And if you don't have a scanner, it never gets activated. So when you scan and you get close with the scanner, it sends a signal to the chip, awakens the chip up just long enough that it can send some information back to the reader. You get your read, and that's it. And as soon as that scanner moves away, that microchip becomes dormant again. The biggest question that we get is, can you satellite track my horse? Right? And the answer is no. I wish we could, that would be neat, right? But you can't. Not yet, yes, good point. Yes, but what did we do different? There's 2 things that are neat. I had to put all these microchips in all these fools for all these years with a dog or a cat on the box, right? It was always the small animal. Now at Merck, we have the equine thermal chip, and this is actually a horse on the box, which I like, right? It's actually an equine specific chip now. But the neat thing with the new chip that we have, it will read your horse's temperature. So if you scan your horse with the scanner, it will tell you the horse's body temperature in a very accurate manner. So you don't have to really use a rectal temperature that often anymore. And have you guys ever used 3 different thermometers on a horse and got 3 different temperatures? Yes. Right? And now you gotta clean the thermometer between this horse and the next horse and the next horse, right? And I used to treat Potomac horse fever and I had these horses blowing diarrhea. I had to put a full suit on with boots and gloves and mask and go reach that nasty butt, right, and go get a temperature. I wish we had this back in the day because I would have put a chip in that horse and just reach in the stall and scanned it, and I didn't have to get dressed.
It's not real.
I'm sorry?
The smile.
The lady smile.
I know.
She's doing that, it's not real.
Yep. Yeah, she's almost making it look too easy, right?
Yeah.
Yes. But this is a very neat product, and the other thing that we have done at Merck is, you see this end of the chip right here? There's a little silicone coating we put on it because chips used to migrate, right? People used to put it in the neck and say, like, well, it's by the ears now. So do you pre-purchase exam, and you look between the ears, it's like, what is that, right? It's like, oh, the microchip, it migrated up, right? So what we have done is we added that little layer, and the chip will stay where we implanted right now. There's an app that goes with it, so you can log information about your horse, so you can scan with the scanner, it will connect to your phone with Bluetooth, and you can enter information. HISA is this racehorse new rules and regulations of all the drugs that get given to a racehorse need to be documented before the race. And veterinarians that scan these chips with this app can actually enter that information into the app and upload it into the system so those horses can race. So the price difference between a regular chip, and these are also ID chips, right? So it still has a number in it. So it will give you the temperature, but still an identification like you need for a foal. But the difference in price, from what I was told, between just a number chip and a number chip with the temperature sensing, I think is only $2 or $3. So imagine if we all use the biothermal chip moving forward, we can all get temperatures on these horses without thermometers moving forward, which would make a big difference, right?
This is the chip that our registry uses now.
Yeah.
Perfect, I love to hear that, yes. Yeah, so it's
At a
very
discount,
helpful.
probably for.
Perfect, even better, right?
We buy in bulk.
Yes. Well, thank you for having me, guys. I hope this helped you a little bit understand the disease, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes?
At what age do you recommend vaccinating for flu or anything else for that matter?
So you will see, if you get really technical, right? You will see that some vaccine companies, they say you can vaccinate as early as 4 months, right? And some will start vaccinating as 6 months. And what happens is the antibodies that a foal gets from a mare are highly effective for up to 6 months. So sometimes if you vaccinate at 4 months in a mare that was properly vaccinated before the foal was born, they're not going to respond to your vaccine very well. So usually at 6 months of age is ideal to really start vaccinating the horses. But now if you happen to have a mare that hasn't had any vaccinations or they forgot to give all the vaccines, then the maternal antibody against those diseases are very, very low, and you could probably start a little earlier at 4 months in that scenario. Yes. Yes, sir.
You need a special scanner for the temperature?
Yes, so there is a scanner from Merck, but there's a few other scanners on the market that will also scan the temperature. And I think there's more and more scanners coming on that are getting cheaper and cheaper, so it's more affordable to scan them. I can leave you a card and get you some of those names, but I've been asking people to make a very more affordable scanner so that barn managers can use it as well, because it would be neat to be able to read those. Yes. Yes.
Is your rabies vaccine incorporated in a combo shot, or is it separate?
So the way different companies do different ways, right? So there is a core vaccine nowadays that has the rabies and the basics, but we measure everything in pokes, right? So how many pokes does a horse need? So you can have a company that has Eastern, Western, West Nile, tetanus, and the rabies vaccine into one. We still have to give a flu rhino shot separate, so those are 2 pokes, right? What we did was we have this unique rabies, which is very low reactivity, and we combined that with other formulas. So we actually have a Prestige 5 plus West Nile, which has Eastern, Western, tetanus, West Nile, and flu rhino in it, and then you combine that with our rabies. So it's still 2 pokes.
Okay, so in Kansas, we are required to have a veterinarian do the rabies
Yes.
shot. So if we buy a combo one, is that sold just only in state specific?
I think there is some retail spaces that you can buy it from. I don't know exactly what is sold through them. My portion of my department is in relating to veterinarians mostly, so I don't know the retail space really well, but I do know that we do have vaccine in the retail space, but I wouldn't be able to tell you if that specific combo is available there or not. Yes. Yes.
You recommend vaccinating the mares 4 to 6 weeks, or what do you say, before they foal?
I would say at least 4 weeks. So somewhere between that 4 to 6 week window. Yeah.
So how long does it take actually, you do it every year anyway?
Yeah.
How long does it really, if you had a mare that, all of us probably know, but hadn't been vaccinated?
Well, if she hasn't been vaccinated, then it's not going to be as effective, right? So then
You have to do 2 doses.
you might have to do 2 doses on that one, yeah. Yeah, and then usually with those mares, what I would do to prevent reactions, if you have to do more than those doses, I would sort of give a dose of Banamine at the same time I vaccinate them because they're pregnant. And there was a study done that they looked at 1 dose of Banamine IV given at the time of vaccination did not interfere with the efficacy of the vaccine. So what I used to do, every vet is different, right? But when I was in practice and I would vaccinate pregnant mares, I would always give a dose of Banamine IV at the same time just to avoid, I hated problems, yes.
If you do your spring shots in March or whatever, and you're not foaling out until later in maybe July or August, do you re-give those core shots again 4 weeks from foaling to your mare, or if you give them in the spring, will that hold on through until foaling?
So her question is, if you vaccinate a horse earlier in the spring, and now you're foaling this mare maybe in June or July, you know, do you still give that 4 weeks before they're born, you know, a booster? I think I probably would. You know, if you're within a month or two of birth, then maybe not. But I think that the immunity that you get from it is so good if you do it closer to when they're born, that even though it might be an added expense not too far away from the original one, with the benefits and just everything in horses is about avoiding problems, right? So I think it's worth it, especially if you combine it with an IV Banamine shot. Yes, yes.
We have a veterinarian in our area that wouldn't do any breeding within 1 month of vaccines. And I was wondering if any of these had any effects, or if you've had any information on that.
Okay, so the interference of vaccinations with breeding, right?
Yeah.
So I did my breeding, as I told you guys, when I had no money. That was a long time ago. So I haven't done much breeding recently. I do think when you give antigens through vaccines, there's always an immune response to it. To be honest, I don't know the answer to that. I think a boarded repro person or someone that does a lot of repro work would be better suited to answer that question. So I don't want to sort of shoot from the hip here. Yes. So that's my honest answer. Yes. Yes.
Kind of going back to Kathy's questions that like the overlapping of, so say I have some mares that are due in March or April and I want to do their booster and like I want to do, say I want to do my whole group at the same time, but maybe I didn't vaccinate, they're not quite that 6 month. Is it bad to do it too early for the other ones?
It's not. The only time it's bad is, you know, we used to have horses in my practice, for example, that when they got a rabies vaccine every year, they would get so sick, right? Sore for days and days and days. So if you have a horse that is hyper immune to a vaccine, you know, let's say you have one mare, when I give an EWT, oh my gosh, she gets really sore every time. So that's a horse that might potentially have a very high titer anyway, you know? So if you have horses that they don't really react to the vaccine or very, very little, you know, and then you want to give a booster with that Banamine shot, then it's pretty safe to give it. Unless there's a pre-existing history that horse tends to really react to a specific vaccine, and then I would have a conversation with your veterinarian to maybe say, hey, maybe we'll booster everything around that one specific one. Because a lot of times when they overreact, it can be to the adjuvant or the carrier, right? But if the other vaccines, let's say, have the same adjuvant carrier, but doesn't have, for example, tetanus in it, right? Then you know it's the tetanus that's triggering it, and then you can sort of work your way around it a little bit. Yeah. Yes?
I have a question about Lyme vaccines.
Lyme vaccines, yes.
So, is there a risk to pregnant mares if another horse in that herd gets a Lyme vaccine, like strangles? To the pregnant, I mean, is there any kind of risk?
So the Lyme vaccine, there's no risk to the other horses. It's not a life component to the Lyme vaccine. So I practiced in Vermont where Lyme disease was rampant, and we used to vaccinate horses with the dog Lyme vaccine. We had a full protocol for that. But vaccinating all the horses in the barn with the Lyme vaccine poses no risk to the other horses.
Okay, pregnant mares or anything?
No.
Are we asking about Lyme disease? No, Lyme.
Oh, I thought you said Lyme.
Oh, sorry, Lyme, like strangles.
Yeah, the strangles vaccine, it's its own thing. So the strangles vaccine, if a horse is very sensitized to the streptococcus, and let's say you give it to a horse and they sneeze on another horse that's very sensitive to it. So there's this disease called purpura hemorrhagica, which is a side effect of this vaccine. And I had it happen one time in Vermont where this horse got 3 trunk legs, and we had to treat it for weeks with steroids, prevent it from foundering, and it was sort of like a big reaction. So I would probably keep pregnant mares away from the live strangles vaccine. The intranasal flu, you'll be okay because it's inactivated and will have no influence. But the strangles vaccine, I would be careful. I had it one time where we gave it to a horse and I told the owner to stand to the side, but the horse sneezed in her face and she reacted, so she had to go to the hospital herself. So it's a tricky vaccine. That's why I call it the damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Yes.
Can you give your Banamine orally in conjunction, or does it need to be IV?
You can give your Banamine orally, yeah. And I would probably do then maybe give it maybe an hour or two before the vaccine, so you sort of have the full effect. Yes.
Florida. My family are horse breeders as well. We breed about 40 mares a year, primarily racehorses. We breed a few sport horses, But that would seem much more like a hobby breeding program than a professional breeding program. And but I will give you some of my thoughts and a little bit of my background today on my driving life, how it all began for me. So when I was a kid, I grew up and I wanted to be a jockey. If you can notice, I'm 6'2" tall and 200 and something pounds. That dream left me at around 11. So I got into, my dad is a big guy like me, and he said, oh, I need a, and this was in the 80s, he said, I need a riding horse, and everybody around here's riding horses were typically little teeny 14 3-hand or 15 1-hand quarter horses, and my dad felt like I'm way too big for this horse. So of course somebody said, oh, well let's get a Clydesdale horse. They're big and they're the appropriate size for you. Of course that horse, when anybody tried to ride it, including myself, it bucked you off. So instead of finding the appropriate horse, we bought a carriage for the horse. And then I started driving with my dad, driving with my dad. That was really, that was fun. And driving around the farm, and I realized he was distracted all the time looking at, you know, this needs to be fixed, and that needs to be fixed, and that fence is crooked. And so we started, I said, hey, why don't I drive? You tell me where to go. I'll focus on that. So I grew up driving Clydesdale horses, did that driving 6 and 8. This picture is of me probably in my sort of early to mid-teens, driving a Clydesdale hitch. We also bred Clydesdale horses, so I know something about that. And then in 1993, I bought my first Dutch warm blood horse, which when I went off to high school in New Jersey, because of course somebody said, oh, you drive horses. I was driving Clydesdales at the time. They said, oh, you drive horses? I know somebody who drives horses. And of course that person, they didn't drive standardbreds, but damn near it, and they did the combined driving sport. I went there, got introduced to that, ended up buying a riding type Dutch warm blood horse, and then competed my first competition at 13 in Gladstone, New Jersey with a single horse. And since then, I have been a fan of the Dutch horse. Can we go to the next slide? So a little bit about me. The early years, as I said, I'm a Florida native. Started driving competitively at a young age and combined driving at 13. Did draft horses before that. And then at one stage, I think it was 16, these moments happened to people in the horse business. Somebody came to our family and said, I want to buy your Clydesdales. They had just sold their company for a few $100 million, and they said, well, are they for sale? And of course, I had spent maybe enough time around Dutch people to say, yes, everything is for sale. And the people who worked for us at the time, one of them is still a huge mentor of mine, he said to me, you know, how are you going to price them? And I said, we're going to just ask $250,000 for them. And sure enough, that person paid $250,000. So that was the day that the Clydesdales left the farm. And I have been, since then, a Dutch harness horse person. In the beginning, my team consisted a bit of a mix of sort of the older type Gelderlander and Taugpaard and riding horses. And since then, they've kind of all morphed to the more modern Dutch harness horse. I am a graduate of Cornell University. I have a background in the hospitality industry. I started competing, my first big international competition was when I was 18. I was the youngest driver to represent the US equestrian team in Gladstone, New Jersey at the World Pair Championships with a pair of Dutch horses. And since then, we've been fortunate enough, I changed from driving a pair of horses to driving a four-in-hand in the end of 1999. And we've had some success. We've amassed 20 national championships and I think 4 individual silver medals, 1 team gold medal. I'm still waiting for my individual gold medal. I feel like I have worn many a bridesmaid dress, but better to have a silver medal than no medal. So with that said, we're also in the business, if you haven't been out there yet, of organizing a large tournament here called the Live Oak International. That started originally, was originally started by a local club who came to our farm and our family and said, hey, can we have a driving show and put the cross country on your farm? And it's morphed into definitely the largest driving event in the Americas. And I have a niece, Chloe Reed, who is doing show jumping horses, and how she came to the farm to watch the driving show once and said, oh, we should add jumping. And I said to my sister, who at the time was managing the Washington International Horse Show, I said, well, if you guys want to do it, you guys figure it out and we'll just do it together. And sure enough, they applied for a date, and I thought, at the time, I think I was on the board of the U.S. Equestrian Federation, and I thought that's never going to happen. But that was when there was a big downturn in the economy, I think in 2009 or 10. And sure enough, some show canceled and they said, oh yes, you can have a date. So we had a date and we've grown that into this year. We're gonna host a World Cup qualifier and have an FEI 4-star event. So that's a little bit about me. If we can go to the next one. So the journey to the Dutch harness horse, and I'm sorry if the second slide is a little bit harsh, but I was told to come here and tell the truth. So the Dutch harness horse is developed into a very different horse than it once was. You guys would know more about how that got done, but from an outsider looking in, I think it's more hackney horse, more finer boned horses, some saddlebreds and different things like that have sort of taken the Dutch harness horse and the Gelderlander horse from a huge-footed, big-headed, long-backed, did I say long? Long-backed horse to a very modern, sleek horse that seems appropriate for many different sports. And of course, you guys are very well aware of the famous show jumping horse, Nolte's Kuchen Girl, that also had a hackney background in the Dutch harness horse paper, and then Verdis, the dressage horse that went far. My own personal view, as of today, where some of the Dutch breeders are missing the boat is the cross. One of the most exciting young horses that I have bought recently, and what I'm looking for my own program right now, is some kind of a cross. Recently I bought an Hermes out of a Victory mare. So Victory is a Taugpaard, and then Hermes is a dressage stallion. I think it's a Trakehner. But when you can get that kind of cross, I think you get sort of the front and exciting movement from the Dutch harness horse, but you also get some of the class of the dressage horse. And it's very funny, the reason I'm not personally, the reason I like them is they also get a little bit more endurance from the dressage horse or the ride part of the stud book. That may seem strange, but these sort of combination horses. The other interesting thing for me, and I'm just speaking from my own experience, is the Dutch harness horse or gelders or Taugpaard piece of the stud book also seem to bring a little bit more stability to the horse. And by what I mean by stability is I think they also bring some more bone. It seems like the Dutch harness horse, if they weren't sound, they didn't go on. Whereas it seems to me, again, this is just my observation, and I'm not an expert at this, that a lot of the sport horses have gone the way, if you may, of that the thoroughbred industry has gone, which is nobody has ever really paid a lot of attention to, hey, these horses have to hold up and be teenagers to be great in the sport, because the challenge is, if you're going to evaluate a horse as a teenager, well, the stallion has to have bred that mare very young to actually still be having an active life as a stallion. So good. So the breed has changed over the years. We've talked about that, become more modern, a finer head, much better endurance in terms of the cross country and things like that. But we've seemed to be at a place where we still have the stability and the ruggedness of a horse that I'm always super proud when I get a horse into my program. I typically buy 3.5-year-old horses. And the only reason I do that is because if I try to buy 4- and 5-year-olds, or 5-year-old horses, or 4.5-year-old horses, my Dutch competitors have all picked through them, and they, so I just had to go, you can't trick a Dutch person, but maybe I tricked them. I just go a little earlier, and they think they're smart because I buy them too early and I have to feed them one more winter. But anyway, that's what I've found. It's not that I like buying 3.5-year-old horses, but typically you can find a horse and have some idea of what the different characteristics I'm looking for. You can probably go to the next one. Now, what am I looking for when I'm out there looking for young horses? Myself personally, is probably the most important thing for a successful sport horse, I think, across the breed, is the character. With a terrible character, there's no chance. I don't mind having a little character, so they can be unique. I don't want one that's misses, to use the horse word, and it's the appropriate word, but I think it doesn't get used appropriately. I don't want a horse that has no spirit. I want a horse that, doesn't, recognizes you when you come in the stable. I don't mind if it's a horse that's a little bit eccentric and wants to pound on the door when you walk by to scare you. Like, that's all fine for me, but the character is really important. Next, I go into their type and athletic ability. Also super important. If they have a shoulder that's straight and doesn't look like it can wear harness, not so interesting for me. Frankly, everybody offers me always brown horses because my team is brown. I guess I understand that. It's not that I don't have clients that buy other color horses. I certainly like to buy dark bays and blacks, which my biggest competitor, Boyd Excel, drives, because if I can get the younger ones for my client and he doesn't get them, I have a better chance. I thought you'd laugh. And then I want to make sure that the walk, they can, on a loose rein, they can step 1 or 2 footprints over the front footprint with their hind leg. I want to see them sort of walk like a cat and be built a little bit uphill. If you think from a riding standpoint, in driving you don't have your seat, back, and legs to put the horse together. So if I buy a horse that is already naturally able to be put together and is built a little bit uphill, but still wants to have a neck that's long enough to be round, I always tease people and say, especially with horses I'm buying now, when their necks are a little short, I'm always like, nah, I'm not that good. I can't make that one round, because it seems like something you're constantly struggling or battling with. Whereas if you get these horses that have, a neck that's 5 or 10% longer than normal, I find that those horses are super easy to make round, super easy to control the back. If you get the back right, it seems like the rest kind of goes with it. I'll go through some of the horses in my stable. This is the paper of a horse named Ideal. This is a Patine directly. My thoughts on Patine is I've driven a lot of them. They usually, it would relate a lot in the dressage pedigree to Weldmeyer. I've very good young horses, forward-thinking, but they're incredibly strong-willed. What do they say? You can tell a Dutchman, but you can't tell them much. They are Dutch. And they are, so they make very good cross-country leaders because they're always going and they're always at the end of the rein. So that I think is, that's something about the Patine stallion. However, with that said, I've seen a lot of, if you get Patine in the sort of the next generation back, you can end up with some spectacular horses. We can go to the next one. Next horse is Governor. Again, a Patine. I'll drive him tomorrow in the cross country in lead. He will be sort of the alpha boss leader from the group. He's a fantastic young horse. I've had him since he was 3.5 as well. But still, he's probably going to have his best years when he's in his mid-teens. So, and again, that's why from a breeder standpoint, if you breed Patines, you better breed one that's sound, because you're going to enjoy them when they're 14, 15, 16, and the rest is going to be, they seem to be very good young horses, but then you have this is just from my experience, you have this time between when they're sort of 7 and 9 that you think, oh, this one needs to find a new home or a new job, or this horse anticipates everything. You drive the dressage test twice with it. It anticipates everything. They always, so that one, that's my thoughts on that. If you look at this horse in the mother line, you see Mano. I really like that stallion a lot. Myself personally, I've had quite a few of them. I think he's an older horse. I think he still lives. They all have a really good brain, and they have a very nice neck and shoulder, and having them round seems really simple, and they seem very sort of hardy, if you may. We can go to the next one. Amadeus. So this is interesting. This is a Talos, which again is a Mano. I really liked Talos myself. It's a gelding now that Mika van der Gouw drove in the sport. Nice type horse, a little lazy to be really honest, so you have to be a little bit mindful of that. This is an interesting combination. This is with an English Hackney on the dam line. That's actually the horse on the right lead or on the left side in the front of the picture, but you can see he's a little bit like a Hackney. You can see the rein is a little bit loose. He's not the boss in the lead. Very smart, very intelligent, smart horses. I really like them with a little bit of Hackney. I feel like from a sport horse standpoint, we often look to the Anglo-Arab and the thoroughbred to put blood into horses. My own personal view is I would also, as a breeder, look a little bit towards the direction of the Hackney horse, because I think that there have been a lot of improvements, at least to the Dutch harness horse, that have been done through that. Having a good brain, very sound horse, typically very good feet, with still this sort of electric energy, if you may. We can go to the next. Julius. Again, you see Bocelli, that's a Hackney, and then on the mother line, you can see that it goes back to Cambridge Cole as well on the dam sire line. So a lot of Hackney in that horse I drove yesterday in the right lead. Many people think it's the best horse in the sport right now. He's a tick lazy. To be honest, with all this Hackney, you'd think, well, this horse shouldn't be lazy, but the sport is very easy for him. And he's developing into a better and better cross-country leader, but it's a really incredibly easy horse to train. Literally, my 6-year-old can drive him. And so when everybody thinks, oh, if I add Hackney, I'm gonna get a hot horse, it's not always necessarily like that. And I like this Bocelli stallion. I learned from Wim the other day, the reason he didn't get used that much is because he only covers mares if it's live. So that makes it tricky for him. The next one. Cadora, this is Julius's partner. He was in the left lead yesterday. Again, a mano, super front end, neck that's maybe 10% longer than it should be, but super easy round. And then you get back to, again, the Plains Liberator, the Hackney in the dam line. Another really good horse. Ann Gribbons, the dressage trainer, comes and helps us with the flat work on these horses. She has tried no fewer than 10 times to buy this one. Thinks that it really could be a dressage. She says this horse he sits like this. I think he's in a stall with his, hind legs underneath him. Has a nice canter. And since she saw a video of him at 3.5, she was like, what's that one? What's that one? And I said, you just like it because it has a neck that's kind of disproportionately long for its body. And she said, no, I like its hind leg better. And anyway, really an interesting one. We can go to the next. Casper, this is an athlete. My own experience with athletes, even though he is not so big, is you often get big horses. And that may not be, that's just my experience. They all seem to be very athletic and very, very smart. But what I mean by very, very smart, sometimes smarter than me. So you have to be very, very diligent. But this horse has, power to go all day, and a lot of class. With a character that, he's the kind of horse when you walk by his stall, bang, and then he kind of jumps back and, waits for your reaction. Next one. First Edition is an older horse in the team, Edison. It's an interesting horse, can go lead, wheel, wherever. Again, you see the Mano Patine in these horses. The next one. This is a young one that I have. It's 6. He'll go all 3 days. It'll probably be in my championship team this year. That's very unusual for a 6-year-old to be that ready. I don't know if it's because it's a Sazandro, but I can't say anything negative about this horse. He knows way too, it's just all simple for him. He's incredibly trainable, nice, super nice body type. I don't know it myself. This is my first Sazandro, so I don't know. But
based on what I know
from him, I would definitely be looking there and buying more. Tell you a little bit about the horse show that is going on. This is the 33rd edition of the Live Oak International. That's my sister on the left side of this picture, my mother on the right. The gentleman in the middle is a different a man from Michigan. not a man in a skirt, actually. A man in a skirt with bagpipes from Michigan. This is a long time ago. My family used to organize a draft horse competition. That's where it all sort of began, organizing horse shows. And then as I graduated from Cornell, I moved here in 1997. There was a carriage driving event going on. There was a club level event. We've just sort of grown that from a club level event to a national level event to now an international level event. You can go to the next one. So horses are, and this show is a real family affair. On the left side of the picture is Chloe Reed. She has ridden Nations Cups for the United States. She's 27, she'll be riding this weekend. She's won big international Grand Prix. She's fantastic, and she's a really wonderful, practical horsewoman. She is not at all like your typical American young person rider. She, you know, when her groom is away on vacation visiting her family, she does everything herself in the barn. She cleans stalls. She calls me and says, "One lost a shoe, can you put it back on?" And I asked her once, I said, "Why do you do this? Like, you could find somebody to come help you." And she said, "No, I like it. Nobody bothers me. It's just me and my dogs in the barn." And so she does all of that. She doesn't put shoes back on, and I keep trying to teach her. And I just told on myself, because I usually make the folks who watch me put a shoe back on, I usually make them swear to secrecy that I can do that, because I really don't like doing it for other people at a horse show. Then there's my sister, Juliette Reed. She was the president of the Washington International Horse Show in downtown DC for a number of years. She has done great things. She's super organized, and she has incredible analytic skills at trying to help organize the team. So if you look at our structure, Chloe is make sure all of the details get done. I seem to think it's sort of the 30,000 feet and say, oh, we need a sponsor, maybe this person could help us. And then Juliette is really good at trying to put that plan in place and communicate it to the team members. Next one. So the goal of the event is hosting a world-class tournament of sport. That may sound strange to you guys. It says tournament and not horse show. We always think a horse show is like a dog show of fluffy animals with, you know, nice hair. We wanted the event to be much more like a tournament of sport, like Wimbledon or something like that, where people actually, so for us, it's a tournament, and it's all about sport. We've helped grow the sport of combined driving and its notoriety in the United States. Recently, for the last 3 years, we have added a young driver division, so that actually has a waiting list. We have 12 young drivers that come from all over the United States, and I think actually there are 1 or 2 Canadians this year. Here, we offer them grants. We don't charge them anything to come, and we try to, you'll notice over the weekend, we try and make a big deal out of them in an effort to try to bring on make it fun for kids to get involved in the sport, because the average person who gets involved in carriage driving says, oh, I'll start carriage driving when I can't ride anymore because my back hurts. But of course, that's a nice way to start carriage driving, but it'd be like me saying, when I'm done carriage driving, I'm going to start riding. I think starting, certainly I've had people who have come to me and been intelligent, people who've ridden a little bit in their lifetime, and I've helped them go on to achieve goals of becoming the national champion, for example, in pair. So it is possible to do later in life. That was a 68-year-old, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be old to do it. So in 2023, 86.56% of our competitors hailed from out of town, showing that, you know, it's really not a local event, but a national and international level event, having ag tourism here in Marion County is something we understand. I think there are over 1,000 horse farms in Marion County, and it's a big piece of our economy here in Florida with over 100,000 jobs. We can go to the next. As you can see, we've grown from 2012. There's a photo when we add, the first year we added show jumping, to now, jumps are bigger, crowds are bigger, and I think what's a little bit different is we really focus as an event and a venue on our customer is the sponsor and the spectator, and not the competitor. Most horse shows are not sustainable if they were only to live from the spectator and the sponsor. They have to make their living off of the, I call it the cha-ching ring, you know, the left-handed, blue-eyed hunter, whatever division that they've invented so that they can charge somebody who's gonna be competitive in that division, will stay in it. So we don't have a cha-ching ring, we have a tournament of sport. But to give you, here's some demographics of who we are. Our farm is about 5,000 acres. The horse show probably takes up about 60 acres. This is our 33rd edition, not 32nd. Last year we had about 16,000 spectators. That is driven by forecast usually, and it looks like over the weekend the forecast is good. It's going to be warm, but we're expecting to do very well. My guess is we will have in the 14,000 spectator range this weekend. I only say that because every other year we have the Budweiser Clydesdales, and they're kind of worth 2,000 spectators alone. But if you guys come, then we'll get a little closer. And we have fine harness horses, exactly. We have fine harness horses, and we're hoping to give the spectators of Live Oak a little bit of a tease with getting to see some really exciting show horses and showcasing something that might be a little bit new to them, and help them better understand that. And they've asked me to drive, which I'm a little nervous about. We can go to the next. We are home to the CSI 4-star Longines World Cup qualifier, and we attract some of the best show jumpers from, I think this year it's 17 nations for the World Cup, and then we have several national championships, including mine, the Four-in-Hand National Championships, which we haven't hosted, I think, in 4 years. And we have some other pieces as well. Here's a video we'll play for you to give you a little teaser if you haven't been out to the show to what it might look like.
I don't know if it's gonna work. Hold on, sorry. It's a little technical difficulty. You might need to take it out of presentation mode.
I'm decent with horses, but with a computer I would have two left hands, so I have no idea how to.
Oh, is it a PDF? Yeah, so it's not gonna probably be right.
I would, if you just search Live Oak International 2023, you can find it.
Go to Chrome.
I apologize. As much as I'm sure all of you guys believe that I produced this presentation myself single-handedly last night, I didn't. So, does anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Chester, I was a prelim driver in your very first Live Oak competition.
Wow.
That warms my heart 33 years ago. That's super nice. How did you win?
I think I took a bit, but I think I was second class.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
But back then, you only had prelim was the highest level.
Exactly. We started as a small club show, and then it went to an ADS show, and American Driving Society show, and then a USCF show, and yeah.
Is your preference for your sport horses mares, geldings? Do you care? Does it?
I always feel like this is going to be a debate, right? The room is sort of mixed. I have all geldings in the barn right now. That's probably because we spend 5 months a year in Europe. the best driving horses I've ever been around are mares. I haven't found many stallions, but I haven't, basically because of traveling much, I haven't found the right stallion to keep, that it would, the benefit of them being a stallion so that they can keep breeding would outweigh the stress and, you know, needing to deal with all of our, in my opinion, sorry, this is just my opinion, our silly tortured. Wow. Dancing. They're all geldings, but actually some of the best horses I've worked around. I feel like my own experience with the mares is you either have a great one or you have a not so great one. But maybe you get a little bit more, well, you certainly get a less hormonal horse when, and of course with driving multiples, there are aspects when you start having breeding animals involved and you have stallions and mares and there are other stallions at the show and this, you know, the mare's in season or the stallion thinks that a mare somewhere else is in season, that they just get distracted by some of nature. So, but if the right mare or came along, and I have had mares, I have not, I've had, but as for stallions, no, I haven't had any.
Are your horses broke under saddle when you buy them at 3.5 or?
Great question. Are my horses broke under saddle when I buy them at 3.5? Typically, no. Usually I'm watching them lunge, long line, a little bit, and maybe pull a carriage straight down the road or something silly like that. I also have a very odd, all of my horses in my program are all broke to ride, but what I've found with the Dutch harness horse, if you ride them too early, that changes maybe somehow how their back works. So usually I wait until they're sort of 5 to break them to ride. Some of them, of course, it goes really quickly because as soon as they understand the rider is no different than the driver, they're just sitting up there instead of sitting behind them. It usually goes quite well, but the other challenge is if you have a very fit horse that's already fit to do a sport, and then you want to start riding them, that comes with its own challenges, right? You can't just lunge them for half an hour and then they're kind of tired. You know, okay, well, if they've already done a cross country and they're dead fit, the half an hour lunging doesn't do much.
So what's the reason that you ride them if you have driving horses?
That's a great question. So the question is, what is the reason I ride them if they're driving horses? I feel like it helps. There's some aids you can use, your seat, back, and legs in riding to be helpful to the horse. But it's not, there's a big misconception that I see, which is, oh, it's good to ride a driving horse, so I will ride it. Well, if you're a better driver, drive it. I'm a better driver than a rider. I used to ride when I was in my 20s and my teens, you know, when I had horses up north. I used to ride all winter but I don't ride anymore. And I know what, I'm not afraid to ride. I can sit on a horse, but I end up sore a day later. And I'm not as effective as I am either long lining or driving them individually. Part of the reason I do it is to get the canter rhythm and condition, especially in the harness horses. They need some canter work, and yes, we do some of that in the carriage. But part of my program, typically on Sundays, we do canter sets, actually, where they do sort of 2-minute sprints, either up hills or on a racetrack to have the condition to do the cross country. We do that sort of in groups of horses, so with 4 riders, and I feel like that has helped increase their condition. A lot of the Dutch harness horses, they have to learn the canter because the trot is so natural to them, And usually they learn it and it gets very good, but to teach them to canter and to actually collect the canter, that takes them time and just a minute. Did I answer your question? Yes, sir.
It's been a long time ago, and it was in the 90s. I was a co-driver for a German driver, and we went to all the big shows, Riesenbeck and all those, world championships. And it has changed a lot. That, like, let's say Michael Jordan, he had all the warm bloods in the beginning, really nice warm bloods, and then he switched all over to like all of trotters, these trotting horses. And my question is, what is the good things in the horses you're driving compared to the other ones where they use all of trotters? They're not really like the big dressage horses in a way, right? They're more like made for the cross country, where they're really fast and quick, and that's kind of like almost like the 3D eventing, where that's where you get your points, and that's what makes a winner. But these days, I think they have to be really good dressage horses, like the 3D event, to have a good head start.
If I understand it correctly, the question is, used to see definitely more trotters. There was a lot of these Russian Olaf trotter you saw in Germany, especially in the sport. And they were a really good breed. Frankly, just because of the Russian situation now, I don't know somebody who's importing a lot of Russian Olaf trotters. You just don't see them so much anymore. Hungary obviously had roots until 98 or 97 to Russia, so it was easier. You just don't see them. And I think that the dressage portion of the sport is so important. Sometimes I've seen some definitely bred in the Midwest here and in Pennsylvania, some standard bred Dutch harness horse crosses that actually make really nice driving horses. I've looked at two or three, and I really like them because they have sort of the go of the standard bred, whereas then they have enough show left in them, which for the forehand sport I think is good. And there definitely have been standard bred horses like Japaloop or whatever that have gone on to do successful things in the show jumping sport. I just don't think we typically think towards these driving breeds, but maybe that's something to think about as well. What the reason why, and this is again just my opinion, this isn't necessarily right, and there definitely will always be exceptions, is I feel like with the Dutch harness horse and the warm blood horse, without knowing a better terminology, they finish the step, and then you have an end to the step. Whereas a lot of the trotting breeds, the Olaf trotter, you have this step that kind of is round, and you don't get the last piece of the step, if you may. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and also what I want to know, what's right now, because I've been out of the sport for a long time, but what's now the most horses being used in that whole sport? I mean, what can you say, like 80% of this kind of horses?
I think the Dutch harness horses have done a really good job at becoming relevant for the sport. You see them in the German team, you see them in the Dutch team, the French team. There are other exceptions, you see sometimes Arabian Friesian horses, you see the Lipizzaner still sometimes, and of course when you have the Dutch harness horse, you usually have a horse that's very nice for the dressage and can be very good for the cones, but sometimes if they have too much knee in the canter, they're just not going to be as competitive in the cross country. But it doesn't mean there are people like Costa Ronda who he is very successful with quite old-fashioned, kind of white-legged, chestnut, big-headed, longer-backed horses, and he wins a lot of cross countries with them. So yeah, but I think if you gave him a little bit flatter moving, more thoroughbred type horse, he'd probably even just go faster. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am?
How important is the size of each of the horses in the team relative to each other and in total?
Okay, great question. How important is the size of the horse in the team to each other and the total. So it's very hard for me to drive a horse that's, for example, 15 hands with one that's 16-2. There are just some adjustments of the reins and things like that that just don't work very well. I'm not saying you can't do it, but that's tricky. But if you have a horse that's a little bit downhill that's tall and downhill that's tall and one that's very uphill that's small, sometimes that can work together. But typically I'm buying horses around 165 centimeters or 16 hand, 16-1, because they seem to be big enough to have the presence of a big horse, but handy enough to drive in an obstacle. Whereas if you have these big monsters, it just takes up a lot more space. Did that answer?
So the range would be right around, like, within 2 inches, or 15-3 and 16-1, basically.
Yeah, and you'll see some people's teams will maybe be up to 16-2, 3, but after that you start getting into really, those aren't so appropriate for the sport. And sometimes you see some single horses and other horses that are more in the like 160, 159 centimeters or 15-3 and a bit that do very well. So I would guess that that range in hands goes from 15-3 to 16-2. When you start getting outside of that, you're looking at horses that do it despite their size. But they would be an outlier. Yes, ma'am?
Is there anything, when you go to look at the horse, is there any one fault or type issue that you look at the horse and say, I won't have it? I mean, everybody has their thing. I'm just curious what you were doing.
Fantastic. I love that question. Is there anything that I'm like, that's a big no-go for me? That's a great question. There are a lot of things that are, I don't have a crystal ball, and there are a lot of horses that are good despite it, but if I buy them at 3.5, I kind of want them to check most of the boxes, which is an unusually long neck. I want them to have a nice hind leg that wants to be underneath them. I get shown quite a few horses that hind legs are back here, and it's just you're working your whole life to try to put the hind legs underneath them. If the hind legs are back there, and I think if you think about carriage driving, they're pushing the carriage, right? They're pushing with the collar. They're not pulling it. So they really have to create power, they have to put the hind legs underneath them. And of course, if you don't want them to be very strong on the bit, you need them to put 60% or more of their weight on the hind legs than the front legs.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh.
Yes?
Do you ever breed your own horses, Chester?
Do I ever breed?
Ever breed? Have you ever tried breeding horses?
Have I ever? So I have bought a foal. I have never bred a Dutch harness horse, but I have bred some jumping horses. It's just tricky when you have to end up with a horse that's about my size, about my color. There's so many variables. And sometimes I have often bought full brothers to horses. And sometimes they'll be very good horses, but they're nothing like their brother.
Right.
So it's like I have a brother and I have, he's not a very good carriage driver. He's really good at, analytics on a computer and spreadsheets and things like that, and that really doesn't have a lot of interest to me.
He was in the room here too.
Yeah.
He made your spreadsheet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Any other questions?
How do you pick your pairs from a personality standpoint?
How do I pick my
How do you know that you're going to get along with one another?
He knows, he's looking at me, see? He knows.
Try, and the funny thing is that changes over time. It's like people, right? The dynamics of a group. I'm not looking for the same horse. The magic of the team is the synergy. It's 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 is 7, not 4. So you need one boss in the forehand that's probably in the lead. That horse might go in the wheel in dressage. So it all depends. And there are other horses that I have in my group that are just pretty sensitive to who goes next to them. And for example, I have one right now that's a little bit weak in the walk, and in the dressage and the walk, if he doesn't have a horse that you can really, that I can push next to him, that really does maybe 60% of the work, so he has to do only 40, he kind of gets this sort of short, choppy walk. But if I put the right partner next to him, he really does a great job. Yes, sir.
Driving your athlete this weekend?
The athlete is not.
Gentleman or athlete?
Okay, okay. The athlete is not going this weekend. He would, but he's in my list actually for the World Championships. And part of the reason I'm not driving him is he's a really sensitive horse. He's only, I think he's 7, and I'm really trying to produce the horse super well so I can have fun, and that's always sort of my motto or auspice. I learned that from my mother. My mother had a 8-year-old Breeders' Cup champion at the Breeders' Cup Mile, and she just gave the horse the time it took. And that horse, to me, I'm trying to produce it, so I'm very careful where he goes, because he gives so much of his heart every time that if you overface a horse like that, you can break the spirit a little bit and just make him nervous and hot. I'm not going to do that. I like him too much.
How many horses do you keep around to choose from?
I usually keep, I usually keep 8 horses sort of in the group, and then there are usually 1 or 2 young ones kind of coming, and maybe I have one in the group who's 19. Okay, I'm a pretty realistic person. At the end of this season, that horse is probably gonna retire sound, and maybe, I don't, you know, I'm not gonna think, oh, this is a horse that I wanna keep, you know, at 21, I wanna keep doing shows with, because at some stage they earn their pension. And all of my horses, if I have them, and they're part of my program and do championships with me, they have a place to live at the farm with me. That's very important to me, personally.
You have them outside during the day, right? All your
Yes, and my horses do typically 3 things a day. They drive, they're in the paddock, and then they do something else, whether that's flat, you know, treadmill or water treadmill or something else, some in-hand work. All of those pieces are important to me. But at some stage, at the end of their career, the nice thing about Ocala is 10 months a year they can eat grass. Sure, they get some grain so they get all the minerals and things like that. But they live like wild horses. And of course, the ones that, you know, are pink-skinned and, you know, you're constantly managing their scratches and all of this nonsense. You put them out in the field, they're standing in the pond all summer and they don't have 1 scratch on them. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I haven't figured it out yet. I keep telling the girls in the barn, I'm like, let's not clip the legs too short, you know, that'll just irritate them. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff.
Come out and watch the horse show. We're excited to have you guys. Thank you so much for including me. It's fun. It's been fun. Oh, wow.
We didn't want to leave you with empty hands, so. Perfect. Yeah. We will definitely, you know, everybody should come out to Live Oak tomorrow. Tomorrow are going to be the obstacles.
Perfect.
And it's going to be great. And in the afternoon, the jumping. 2 jumping classes.
Yeah.
In the fine harness class around 1 o'clock or
Yeah.
12:30. So we'll hope to see everyone at Live Oak. It's I've had the pleasure of being there for almost a week already, and I think I'm going to be homesick driving home.
Thank you, guys. Call me if you have a good horse. That's why I came here.
Today, because marketing has become virtual, and it's really tricky when you have something as great as a horse to market. So my first thing that I'm going to tell you, though, is as you start to market and you think about how many of you do marketing? Okay. How many of you have a breeding business or a horse business? How many of you have a marketing plan? Ooh, I'm impressed. That's good. And I want to talk about how important that plan is, and that's what I'm going to give you the rough, quick framework of because that is number one. And you would not build a house without a blueprint. You probably wouldn't take a road trip without a GPS. You cannot have marketing without a marketing plan. If you do a little bit of marketing here, or you take an ad out there, or somebody puts so much pressure on you, you feel you gotta be in the Live Oak program, that's called a random act of marketing. And it's not a bad thing, but it's not part of a program with an objective. So before I get to the quick study of how to do that, I wanna ask you a little bit about thinking. You don't have to answer it, although you can. Who are you and what is your brand? Are you a large breeder? Are you a small breeder? Are you somebody who makes competition horses ideally for driving, for jumping, for dressage? What is it that you do? And you really need to think about that, because that's going to bring me to my next question. And that is, what is your USP? Does anybody know what a USP is?
Unique selling.
Come on, it's like KWPN. Nobody knows what it really means, right? Unless you're Dutch, okay? USP is the key to your marketing, okay? And it is your unique selling proposition. And everybody that's in the horse business has one unique selling proposition that we can we share. It's not unique, it's a selling proposition. And does anybody know what that is? Has anybody ever been at one of my talks before? I'm gonna tell you what it is. Okay, everybody in this room, I got a good feeling, loves the sound of a content horse eating his hay or her hay. We love horses. We love Black Beauty. We have this thing that is so amazing in our society. It's not virtual, it's not anything, it breathes, it smells good. We love horses, so does your market. So when you start thinking about your unique selling proposition, your USP, and this is important, it sounds silly, but it's not. You have to think, what do I do or bring to the horse world that's really unique? What's the best thing I do? Is there anybody here who has something that they think is kind of unique or something they're really good at? Come on, somebody must. You do. Thank you.
I take good pictures.
Okay, so you take great pictures. So you're able to capture Black Beauty, as I call him, and share it with people, and that's a really good thing. So how does that relate back to your business, or are you a photographer?
No, I just like to take pictures of my horses.
Okay, and what's so great about your horses?
They're Dutch.
Well, yeah, they're
Dutch. They're my horses that I'm trying to promote. So I have found that by taking good pictures of them and sharing those pictures, I have created an image that people have. I think that it's been very beneficial to have good pictures.
I agree, and that's a super tactic, but it may not be your overall business's unique selling proposition. So you start to think today, throughout the weekend, what do I do that I think I do better or as good as the best? You know, and that way you can start developing a unique branding message, because you want to say something that not everybody else is saying. However you say it, with great photographs, through social media, through traditional advertising, you want to say something that's unique to you, okay? If you just breed Dutch horses, which is pretty amazing, and I want you to know that in my barn, I have sadly, he's become 18-hand Dutch warm blood, who's also a Dutch harness horse. I don't know how that exactly works, but he gets a couple of papers. And he's a cool horse. I get it. The horses are amazing. And he is a really special animal, and I think, well, what makes him so special? Like, if I were gonna do Gilly as his nickname, his marketing campaign, what would I do? And he would be Silly Gilly. Because Silly Gilly loves to work, he loves to play, he loves to see you. He's the only horse that wants to be tacked up to do something. He's very forward, but he's not gonna run away with you. He's just silly. He has a ball, he has toys, he has all sorts of stuff. He's Silly Gilly. So I have just given him a unique selling proposition. And he is for sale. I don't know if that will really sell him, but you'd have to really get him to know that. They much prefer that he can do tempi changes than be silly. But I think you have to look at everything you do, that one happens to rhyme, so it's easy, and put a unique spin on it. So I'm gonna double back maybe at the end if we have time, I don't know if we will, and ask you to really think about your unique selling proposition and maybe come out with some ideas on that. So going faster, because I'm going to go really fast, we're going to go to the critical first step, and you can see what it is. Okay, if you don't know where you want to get to with your marketing, so the two of you that have plans, the first thing you want to know is, what do I want? What's a successful outcome? I work with a lot of people in marketing. Chester was one for many, many years. And they would say, well, I'm not happy with this. And I realized later, I really have to define what is success to them, or to me, because I'm working for them. What is success? Okay, is success selling 3 foals? Is success getting an Olympic rider on your horse? Is success having a horse that's in a team at Live Oak? What is success? Is success making enough money so you can breed 10 mares next year? I don't know, but you need to know, because you're gonna say, okay, here's who I am, here's my unique selling proposition, here's what I do, what's success when I put this marketing plan together? And that's really important, knowing that going in. It is critical, because if you don't know what success is, you don't know if you've achieved it. You know, when you go in a dressage ring and you compete, you have a score in your head that you'd like to meet or beat. I ride dressage, so that's how I think of it. Okay, and if I didn't have that in mind, would a 62 be good? Would a 67 even be good? You know, I don't know unless I have a plan, and I evaluate my horse. I go in to ride my test, and I think, okay, this is where I want to be. And then we see how short we fall or how far we exceed, and we raise the bar. But if you don't have a plan for what you want your marketing to do, it's hard to say if you got there or not. And I know a lot of people who have a lot of good marketing plans that have no idea what success is. And I have a story of a bit company. I'm going to try and make it really short. I worked with for a year. They weren't particularly happy, and they said at the end of the year, we don't want to work with you anymore. And I said, well, good, I really don't want to work with you either. You're kind of cranky, you never say, you know, thank you. In fact, the woman is, she's not in this room, I love her, by the way. She always yelled at me, because she never talked to any of my employees. She would just yell at me. And her thinking was, she's a doctor, a really lovely woman who has quite a few Dutch horses. And she said, you're the boss. So if something goes wrong, I want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to somebody who maybe couldn't make a decision to do it otherwise. And I thought that was really good. Well, fast forward a year later, she came to me and she said, you know, I'm bringing this amazing bit into the country. That is the new Ashul bit that many of you know. And she said, I really want you to promote it. And I was like, huh? Why? You seem to really dislike me. And she said, no, I read your marketing proposal and I read the objectives and I realized you met them all. They just weren't my objectives. I had different expectations, but when I read through what you did exactly what you said you did, and I really was impressed with that, so let's do the same thing again. And that time, we were a little clearer on what our objectives were, so we could get it together, and it worked. And we're great friends today, and she's a wonderful person. The next slide is gonna be about who are your competitors? And who are your competitors out there, all you Dutch horse breeders?
Each other.
Each other, yes. You're competitive with each other. Who else? And that brings me to this slide. So Starbucks didn't think McDonald's was their competitor. McDonald's sells hamburgers, French fries, and crap. And Starbucks sells coffee. It seemed like they're not a competitor, correct? Yeah. Just like I'm sure, you know, you probably don't see other breeds. Some of the, you know, if they're riding Morgans, they're probably not, you know, breeding Morgans, they're probably not your competitor. Or if they're breeding, I don't know, Gypsy Vanners. Are we allowed to call them Gypsy Vanners, or are they just Vanners now? I can't keep up. They got 5 or 6 registries. It's hard to follow. That seems to be a trend. But who is your competitor? So Starbucks said no, McDonald's is not our competitor. Let's fast forward to the next slide. Here we are, 10 years later. McDonald's has some seriously good-looking coffee, and if you switch those cups, I think you would find you probably like the McDonald's coffee better than the Starbucks if it was in the right cup. So they didn't predict that that was a competitor. So when you start looking at your marketing plan, think of competitors outside the box. Everything is a competitor. In the horse show world, it's getting really crazy. We don't know where our horse shows are going to be, where our industry is going. So you have to look at who's stealing these people away from the horse world and why. So I want you to look at your competitors. And then the last one of this group, if you go up one, who's your target? Who do you want to reach? I think Diddy is a Dutch horse. I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah, he sure looks like one. I would even say he looks like he has a little Dutch harness in him, but don't tell Laura that I said that. He does. Gelder, yeah. See, there you go. But who are you after? When you're doing what you do, how many of you breed horses and sell them? Great. What age do you sell them at? Any age you can get money. I like that. That's the best answer yet.
Everything
Yeah,
for
she
sale.
does get a prize. Find a prize. You get a prize for that answer because it's so great. But whatever you're selling, who are you selling it to? Who do you want to sell it to? Who do you tell about it? You gotta tell somebody. If you don't tell anybody, it'll be really cool. It'll be so secret that no one will ever buy them, but eventually you'll have a lot of them. You can just keep them all. So you have to have a target of who you're going after. If you're breeding horses for jumping, if you're breeding horses for dressage, if you're breeding horses for event, any of those things, you've got to have somebody in mind, your ideal customer. And how you find that person is you have sold some horses. Has anybody in here sold horses? Good. Okay, so you've sold some horses. Talk to the people you sold those horses to if you guys are still on good terms. Just kidding. Okay, because they know what attracted them to you, what attracted them to your horse. Talk to people that are buying horses. Talk to your people that aren't buying your horses but are buying other horses. What makes them tick? And then personify who your perfect person is, because that's who you're going to market to. The person that is your target, the one you want. It doesn't have to be Laura, but she wouldn't be a bad one if you have dressage horses. Okay, and then we're going to talk about how, okay, so we got a plan. We know what we are. We've got a unique selling proposition. We know who we want to target. We know everything we want to do. We've done our critical first step. We know what a positive outcome is. And remember, a critical step could be a monetary step. You know, I want to sell $300,000 worth of horses in 2 years or whatever it is. It could be monetary. It doesn't have to be as specific as, you know, but it can't be non-specific. All right, so we have all that. What the heck do we do with it? We got a marketing plan outlined. You're going to do all this, I'm sure, before you get home on the plane if you're flying, not in the car if you're driving. We've got traditional advertising, and this is a tricky place because traditional advertising, as we know, is slipping away. You know, how many magazines that we used to put ads in? How many even websites that are still maybe up, but they aren't active anymore? Some of the other things, direct mail, it still works. Is it cost effective anymore? Does anybody care if they get something in the mail? Probably not. Word of mouth is great, but it's a little willy-nilly because you don't know what they're going to do, and there's the telephone game, you know. And then farm visits and open houses. How many of you still do these? Good. I mean, I think these are great because it gives people the opportunity to get close to Black Beauty. They get to touch them and feel them. But in our big virtual world, you may want to do some farm visits and open houses online because you can actually make a virtual open house because sometimes you can't reach your audience if they're too far away. And then, you know, branded items, which we see all over here with the KWPN stuff, and partnerships, sponsorships, specialty stuff. All of that is valuable, but it's not the future, it's the past. And I wish it weren't, because I'm a dinosaur. The future is social media, Google ads, websites, email marketing, e-blasts. It's virtual. Influencer marketing, it sucks. But that is our future. And I hate to say that because I come from the old school. Nothing I like more. I was a television producer for many, many years. I loved what we could create, a feeling and everything with that. But honestly, that can become a virtual thing. Your photographs can become a virtual thing. So we can make it our friend. We have to, because this is how people market. There are some downsides, as we've been seeing most recently. You know, the downsides of the trolls people just get all this momentum for things that are very negative. People are very comfortable in social media, especially being super negative because nobody can see them, they think, you know. So we really have to watch it. But I have a super expert here who's going to answer all your questions and guide you through social media and all of the digital media. I'm going to bring over Alex.
Hi everyone, my name's Alex Stark. I work in social media and digital marketing, which Johnny just loves. Okay, so in today's digital age, social media is it's so much more than a platform for you to just post and do your updates. It's a great place to build relationships and community. Yeah, wait, are we back? Can we get back a little bit? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so there's so many different aspects of the digital marketing. So we're gonna really focus on social media because that is a beast on its own, and we have like 12 minutes. Next. So with social media, you can build your relationships community, and it's a great place to drive the business growth. You want to connect with your audience, showcase your horses, and promote your breeding program. Those pictures that you have, that's a great way to do that, especially if you have that visual aesthetic to kind of tie together the brand. Some of it's branded, and then they know, like someone can go in the groups or on Facebook and see the photo and they'll know that's you because that's your brand. Yes.
How many of you are using social media today to do some marketing? Great. And is it part of your marketing plan, like you know specifically what you're trying to achieve when you put something up there? Because that's really going to be an important thing. Next.
So I kind of broke down the different platforms. Some of the different platforms, there's just too many to put up there. How many of us are on Facebook marketing? Instagram? LinkedIn? YouTube? TikTok? Ooh, okay. All right. Did I miss any? Twitter. That's kind of.
About like an ex-husband or an ex-wife in some cases.
Twitter has rebranded to X, so, and it's all, you see it in quotes, so it's there. If you want to take a picture of this slide, this is a good breakdown of the different platforms. I find that using the Meta Business Suite, it's pretty easy to be on Facebook and Instagram because you can cross-post. So with your marketing plan, just like you have a plan for your business, you have a plan for your social media. And you take that plan and you schedule it throughout the month, so that way you don't have to spend every day saying, what am I gonna post, and does this picture look nice with the last picture I posted? Next. Okay, so really the key to social media, you have to have good content. You can post every single day, but if it's not good content, people are not gonna interact with you. So you seem to have a good plan there. There's different content creators you can work with, digital agencies, and really people want to see the farm, they want to see the behind the scenes. And if you don't like that on the profile, let's say for Instagram, you want it to look really pretty, use that stuff for your stories, your behind the scenes, and people will start going to your stories if they're interested in your horses. What else? And then, we've talked a lot about two-way communication. With the breeders and the programs, there's so many questions out there and people don't know how to ask them or where to ask them. You can promote that you're gonna do a live Q&A answer session. You can just do so many different things. You know how we're here talking to you guys. Do you guys have any questions about social media so far? No, yes.
I do actually. What is your feeling on actually putting prices out there in any publication, but on social media? I mean, I never do, but I don't know if that's positive or negative.
So yeah, that's a really good question.
I'm going to jump in with you just as a horse person. Okay, so you'll see some of the sale barns will put like A, B, C, D, and they put them in price categories. That's kind of a nice way. Where it gets tricky with the price, first of all, it saves you a ton of trouble. If somebody's looking for a $30,000 horse and you have a $75,000 horse, they're not going to contact you. Okay, so that's good because you don't really want to talk to them if that's your case. However, you get into the thing where you have trainers that sell your horse and they want to mark it up and put a commission on it, and it gets kind of tricky there. So that's where the pricing thing gets, because when you put a price up and if there's a commission on it, you better have that already backed out in your mind. So if I put my horse out for $50,000, I really wanted $45,000 for him, you know, because I know somebody's going to get 10%. So that gets a little tricky. With that said, I personally think the more information you give me, the more likely I am to be a qualified lead for you. Because I'm not going to call on the horse I can't afford, and I'm going to call on the horses that I can afford. Now, I think that's not across the board, but I also think the industry has to watch, especially with young horses and foals, because, I mean, people are out there looking for stuff for nothing, you know? So I think it's great if everybody says, listen, this isn't a $10,000 foal, you know, or $3,000 or whatever people, you know, the ridiculous things that people come up with. So I think when you have that opportunity, we can start educating the audience as a group, not as an individual, but you got to start letting people know what things cost. So I'm not opposed, but maybe my
No, I agree. I think it's really about understanding the target audience and who you're talking to, because they're not going to bat an eye at the price because they know that's what the horse is worth. And like you said, it's an educational piece putting it out there. I think it's fine. And then it'll really save you a lot of time on the messages with all the people asking, how much, how much? So a lot of people do that because they want the messages to come in. And if you are kind of looking for that type of lead, you can weed through it. But I personally am with you. Put as much as you can out there, just be honest, and on to the next, right? So,
Would you use the terms like mid-4s, mid-5s, high fives, what terminology do you use for
Okay,
pricing?
if I see one more ad with a bunch of carrots,
Right.
I think I'm gonna throw up. I'm going to go to their farm with a big 25-pound bag of carrots and say, here you go, here's your 5 carrots. It's just, no, a price is a price. This is an immature game that people are playing and they're like, oh, I don't have to really put the price, I can just put the ballpark. If you wanna put a ballpark, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's not actually true. A lot of people do it because you'll get kicked off.
Yes, I was, you beat me to it. Some places you can't put pricing, you can't even really say they're for sale. And there, I don't think I would put pricing and I don't think I would put the carrot thing because it tends to backfire, you know? So I totally agree. If you can't, if it's a site that doesn't want selling and you're really trying to sell, there are a lot of cool, subtle ways to do it. And I think carrots is not it, just me, it's a personal opinion.
But even still on that, even with the business pages, if you put a $ in numbers, the algorithm's gonna flag that. You're gonna reach less of your audience. If you put the word sell, if you put the word enter, if you put the word comment, the algorithm's watching all of these things. And that's why you'll see people put sell and instead of an E, they put a 3, or a giveaway with the spaces, things like that. People are trying to beat the algorithm. If you're
It's offered and available.
Yeah, you can do so many ways around it. I personally feel that if you're in a group, just follow the rules like everyone else, you know? I don't like the backdoor stuff because I wouldn't want to get something from that person. I'd be like, oh, she's always doing that. That's so annoying. You know, she's cutting the line. It's, you know, I think you're building a brand and what you do on social media says a lot about you. Johnny was looking at horses last night and she looked at the person's profile and she's like, they were just selling Taylor Swift tickets last week in this group. Like, how can I take them serious now for a horse? And so you really have to consider what you're doing because if these people are gonna give you serious money, they're gonna look at your profile, they're gonna see what you posted, they're going to your farm page, they're going to your website, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, they're looking at all of that. They're not just gonna hand you their money or come check out the horse if they know what they're doing. You know, you're gonna stalk them on social media, right? So what was that question?
I just have a question about Instagram with stories versus your not real or your post.
The profile.
Right, so do you recommend, like, if you put something on your story, do you share the same as a post, or do you think it should be 2 separate contents?
I personally like it to be different because what happens, you go on Facebook and you get bored of your news feed, so you jump on Instagram. You don't want to see what you just saw on Facebook on Instagram. I like to post it, the same content, different days and times to try to catch new people. It's an extra step. I think it's worth it. That really helps with your organic reach. And then the stories, if I have a new post, sometimes I like to do something like fun, behind the scenes, engaging, and then right behind it, I'll share my post to the story, you know, tap new post. Because the idea is to get them over to your profile and see it. So I like to do it more that way. I don't really love to just go me, because people don't want to see me. They want, you know, they don't want the pitch.
Do you think it's better to do it as what you want to get out there as a post and then do the story separately?
Right, because the post will stay there, and then the story is just the fun stuff that builds that relationship and helps develop that community. And now on Instagram, you can do like a private audience. So if you're very organized and have like a good group on Instagram of people you've sold to, you can just send them new stuff before other people can see it, things like that. It's getting very intricate with the community. It's cool.
Are there any tricks to maintain? Because I know the newsfeed, I mean, unless you say all, you know, it picks what you see.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any tricks that you have where you can, I'm talking Facebook, I guess, but you can make it so that you pop up on more people's newsfeed, like it filters in.
Is that the next slide?
But you there, because you're like, how do they pick?
Could you clip?
You're not seeing everybody.
Well, there's 2 ways to do it, honestly, because I mean, you can send the link to all of your friends, hey, go like or comment on this post. That's gonna give it life again. So basically what happens is you post your photo on Facebook and Instagram. People start interacting because it shows up in their newsfeed. If they like the post, they're more likely to see your next post and the more of your content. If they scroll right past you, you're less likely to show up in their feed. But if Johnny comes after 2 days and says, wow, that's a great looking horse, that post gets life again. You've just given it life. So it'll start kind of popping back up for people. So the people that clicked on the photo but didn't necessarily hit like, they're gonna see that post again. So the idea is to kind of just do that, or obviously the other option is paid. So you can go the organic content route and, use your village. Send it to your family. Go like this picture. Go, do this. Share this horse on your story. And a lot of the times they do it, especially if you make it easy with the link. They'll do it. So just tell everyone to share it. And then you have the paid content option. Paid content is a tricky game. I do recommend it. Nowadays on Instagram, it's really hard to reach people unless you're doing paid content. You're reaching 10% of what you're reaching on Facebook. So that, and what's nice is you can pick your demographics, you can get more specific there. It's not very specific in the equestrian world, but there are some breeds you can find in there. And they do have Dutch stuff in there, so that's good. You can promote your content, and so on Instagram you can do sponsored stories. Personally, I feel that the younger generation doesn't go through the feed, they just pop through stories. So that's a good way to get into that next buying generation if that's your goal or your objective is to kind of build up. And then you can, and on YouTube it's pretty cool with the ads, you can pick where you want them to start seeing the video, and then the video would start right from like that hot spot that you think is gonna drag them in.
How important do you think hashtags are for also getting out there?
You guys have some really good questions. I feel like we didn't even need to do this. Hashtags are kind of falling out because what's happened is it's national, International Live Oak Day, and people are going to use that hashtag. That's a branded hashtag. That's awesome because that's a good way to click, go see the photos, see what's going on. But if you do hashtag distributor, then that's just spammy, or hashtag St. Patrick's Day. That's where all the bots get you. And then I feel that, you start getting spam messages, which by the way, never click a link. Facebook or Instagram, they're not gonna message you that you were reported for this or that. They'll never do that. And if you do click that link, just change your password as fast as you can, because they will steal whatever business pages they can off of you and you can't get them back. And they'll even take your own profile. They'll change your password, change the photos, and there's no way to get it back, which is really sad. So you always want to have an extra person on your account, so if you do get locked out, they're still admin and can take care of things there. But I feel that the generic hashtags are kind of out.
Yeah,
it's more for branding.
Because I have a million that used to actually get you on people's For You page, like, Dutch and horse and pepperoni and all that. Now it's like not happening.
No, not happening. No, that's out. That's over. The bots kind of ruined that, I feel like, because they did do a good job. But I do think for branding, it's really strong.
Yeah.
So what do we have left? What's next? Does everyone know what a bot is? No. Okay, so a bot.
No, just kidding.
They're like these automated robots on the internet that people put out there to steal your information or accounts, basically.
What do they look like?
It looks like a pretty message from Facebook that says, "We're sorry, your account has violated our terms. Click this link so we can take care of it." And they look very authentic. I've had plenty of clients click it. I get them forwarded like 5 times a week, and I just say, don't click the link if you did change your password. You can report it as spam, but it's a mess. So measuring success, you can, with Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all of them, it's really nice. There's insights. So if you click on insights, you can see your posts, and it gives you a breakdown of how many people you reach, how many people you engaged, if you paid, how many people that paid. And I always recommend people go back and look at their content, see how it did, and whatever did really well, build off of that. That's what your people want to see. So you can go in and pull like every quarter your top performing posts, your weakest performing posts, compare and say, okay, we're gonna do our photos all this way because these were our top, and then these, they didn't really respond. And then that's a great way to keep growing your business. Any questions on the insights? Or on social media in general, because it kind of is like a whole beast. Are we at your question?
No.
Okay, next. So hot topics. How many are on Facebook groups? Right, that's where we're posting our horses, right? Okay, other than posting our horses, what do we do in these groups?
Moderate.
Genius. Okay, I highly recommend if you're gonna be posting your horses in these groups, like try answering questions and helping people too. Give advice, free advice. Free advice is great because really what happens is they see your name, you start building that credibility, building your brand, building that community, And then as soon as your horse comes up, oh, so-and-so is looking for that. They start to help you. They really do become your friends. It's really cool to see. Those groups are really great communities. I think it's best to do it as a person over a page, but a lot of them you can join as a page too. AI technology. Who's using AI technology for their social media?
What is it?
So the artificial intelligence. So there's a lot of different artificial intelligence you can use, and a lot of it is actually pretty bad. You're much better. So they don't really know the industry. The stuff they write is crazy. And people that don't have that equestrian or background, it gets lost in translation, and you really sound like you don't know what you're doing. I think that original content is really best, but you can use AI to, let's say, help you get ideas for what to post or to help you make your marketing or social media marketing plan. You can use AI to check the grammar on a caption if you're not sure, things like that. There are very valuable ways to use it, but do not use it to write your posts. What else do we have? SEO, search engine optimization. This is all tied with your website. So whoever does your website should have put some pretty keywords on it for SEO. And so basically that means when someone goes to Google, you show up. You want to show up, and it's so competitive. So now social media has turned to SEO, and they want to see some of your website words on those posts. So if you're posting on your business page and you can kind of incorporate some of the same exact words off of your website, that's a good way to kind of tie it all in. Because I'm sure some of you see, you look up a business, the social media shows up before their website half the time.
How many of you have websites? Okay, so that's a pretty good chunk. And this topic of search engine op is a really important one. It's a whole other day of getting together
so
and
big.
going through it, but it is valuable. And the first tip that Alex shared of using the same language is very, very valuable. Paid advertising will help you raise that a little bit. But that's a place where you can really look at your competitors. You can go right into their sites, look at the words of your successful competitors, and hey, you're not successful competitors, I guess, and see what words are working for them. That's a community thing that you can share because there's enough out there for everybody. So while you're competitors, you're also partners in growing your businesses. And you're the Dutch competitors group, not the Morgan or Saddlebred or, one of their ones. I forget, they're all Dutch to me. They're the best. It's true. But you really do want to make sure that you're thinking about where you come in these rankings without getting too into it today, because we're really limited on time. It is important if you have a website, and keeping your website updated, and blogs on your website are a great place to grow information. And there's a lot of people, myself included, who have questions. I mean, I was fascinated when Chester was talking about some of the bloodlines, because I wonder what my horse's bloodlines mean. He's silly Gilly. But what consistency there is. So I think those kinds of questions can be answered. I often see questions on social media about, I have a mare with a... I have a mare with a long back, or I have this or that. What's a good cross? How do I get gates on? So I think the more, you guys know so much, and you don't even value it because it's just what you do and what you learn and what you share with each other. But if you start sharing that with the big world, you're going to build your search engine up a little bit, because people are going to want to know what you know. You have the answers, and it has to be a sincere answer. You can't just say my stallion's the best, or this mare, but really the knowledge that you have is the content that you want to get out there to grow your digital profile.
Did you have a question?
How, if I'm sensitive to trolls, how do I know when someone is to block and when someone is just having a bad day?
I'm going to jump in here for a minute too. Okay, so listen, our industry is a small industry in a big world, okay? And anytime somebody posts something that is negative to the interest of the industry, that doesn't mean, and we've got cruelty stuff coming up all over, and every groom is pulling out stops and getting rid. The reality is we need to keep our messages 100% positive, 100%, because we don't want to diminish our industry. We don't want PETA here. We don't want people saying, oh yeah, and it's not just the Dutch, it's horses in general. Our agriculture is shrinking. Our horse world will shrink. We absolutely exclude people, unfortunately, because of the price of doing this and the space to do it in. So we need to be the positive force. Everything that comes out of your mouth onto paper or onto digital needs to be positive. If you see somebody that's posted something negative, I avoid them. And I actually have another system. When somebody, I always like to, when their birthday comes up, I make a little note, and my present to them is, "You're not my friend anymore." And they don't even notice it because they're getting tons of, "Oh, happy birthday." But negativity is the death to our sport. It's the death to our industry. So if you have negative people, and you know where you have them, I would say you can block now. You know, you can unfriend, block them. Do it right away. Don't wait. Because who wants that negativity in their day? You get up, you go out. In my case, I feed a bunch of horses. It's a beautiful thing. The sun is nice at that time of the day. Most of the time, it's a pretty good thing. Depends how many fences Silly Gilly has taken down. But reality is, that's a beautiful time of day. And if you go on social media, and it's hard not to, stuff's addictive, and you start reading 2 or 3 negative comments, that's changing your day. This is also your life. So I can't stress enough to be a positive force. I know so much about so many people for so long being in this business, and I have a real hard, fast rule. I only use my power for good, because that helps the industry. Go ahead.
What about in a group?
Well,
Like,
as an organization, so
As an
KWPN-NA,
organization.
we have some people that will get negative about our policies or things that we do. I mean, do
And
we allow
again,
that?
if you can address them offline and bring them around to the positive way of thinking, because that they have something they're mad about, you know, and I mean, you see it all over USEF all the time. Well, I don't want to pay that drug fee. We shouldn't be reporting online with a standard answer, well, the drug fee, you know, it's a bunch of crap. Somebody should reach out to somebody who has a negative situation and see if we can solve it or help them understand why something is. Some people you can't.
Can you block them then? Is it okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Block
Absolutely.
away.
Block away. Set the settings for the words, the profanity high, so they can't get away with anything. You can do all of that stuff, but if someone's gonna sit there and be a bully, absolutely be done with them.
Well, some of these people are like attention seekers, and then they just try to rile up people, and they seem to need a lot of attention.
You know, I've seen a lot of groups do kind of like strike systems, like you've been warned, please watch it, because this is a nice community we're trying to build. And then the second, you know, the next time they're just like, okay, like, I'm sorry. And then they, you know, they remove them. It kind of just is what it is. You took their platform away, they're just gonna go find someone else to troll, and then at least it won't be your people. But I definitely recommend removing and blocking people. And their comments, you don't have to answer them. You can hide it, you can remove it, or you can just say, you know, if you have a nice way to answer them or address it, give them that, but not where it would be open to conversation. I would just nip it.
do you have a recommended frequency of posting? I mean, sometimes you get somebody that's posting all the time, you say, oh, not them again, you know?
Yeah, exactly, especially when it's a business, right? They're like, not you again. What platform are you talking about specifically?
Most of the time I'm on Facebook.
Okay, so Facebook, I would say 2 or 3 times a week is fine. You don't want to take off too long. You don't want to give it more than 2 days of no posting, because you want your audience to be used to it. If you could ideally post the same days, the same time, that's the most ideal for your audience. But you're looking at your insights, you're seeing when they're online. If you have fun content to post, go right ahead and post it. If it's the same content, try to space that out, because you want something in between your sales stuff, unless it's just a week of sales. So then, you know, that's all you have, like whatever it is. But you can try the stories and stuff like that to engage. Instagram really wants you posting every day at the same time.
Speaking of negative posts, well, I always stay out of anything negative, and I just wanted to say, with the election year coming up, that's one thing, that's one place where I block. If someone puts something on my page, a rant, whatever, I'm not gonna, they're warned or they're gone. You know, one chance and you're out.
Yeah.
It's about to happen to all of us.
Yeah, it's nice that they do kind of give you that option too, to limit people. If there's a person on your timeline that you're just like, your family, so you're here, then you can always hide their notifications. In the top right, there's the dots. You can hide their notifications. You can do it, pause it temporarily. You can do it forever, however you want, which is nice. And then when going back to the frequency of your posting, let's say you have like 5 things you want to post today. don't post it all today, post one today, schedule one for tomorrow, unless they're all time sensitive, go ahead and take those awesome ideas that you have, but just schedule them throughout the week, because you don't want to post 5 times today and then not post for 2 weeks. It's better to split it up.
And many of you have seen like the Throwback Thursday and different things. You can do, Breeders Wednesday, and you could have breeder tips every Wednesday, or, what is that? Full Friday, absolutely. So that people know if they're interested in that, they can go there and find it. But don't let them down. If it's Full Friday today and it's going to be Full Friday. So that's, it might have to be full moon full if you're busy and don't have time, but you want to have a consistent story. But if you have something that people want, especially educational stuff that's well presented.
Information, but it's not like a high-scale mover. We will say, okay, let's take it to Den Bosch, have another look, maybe even to the performance test, because we really like the genetics. And then in the first round viewing it starts. We see a lot of stallions. We changed it a bit over COVID. It used to be hard ground in the morning and then free movement in the afternoon, and then with COVID we changed it a bit, so now we got 2 groups, hard ground in the morning and free movement, and then in the afternoon we do the same. And it's a first selection. So the stallions that are really incorrect or confirmation, you're like, okay, we don't need them for a stallion, they go out, and it's the same with the movement. In the end, you want to keep a big enough group to go to the Bosch, because it's really nice to see all the horses there together. If it's a really good mover, an exceptional horse, but there's a problem with the foundation, we can take it to Den Bosch, and I will call the owner and I will tell him, okay, you can show your horse off because it's a pretty one in moving, but we have a problem with it for a selected stallion, so no matter what happens, it will go out in Den Bosch. But they know it up front. But they can use the podium to show off and maybe sell it. Okay, can get a new one.
Maybe.
Now it's sleeping?
Yeah.
Okay. Wake it up. And then we go to Den Bosch. Between Den Bosch, okay, I will tell a little bit later about it. There's a lot of work for us again, because then we will have another look at the pedigrees. We will come together again with the stallion committee just before Den Bosch starts to have a look again, and then with all the information we've got. So the confirmation of the horse, the movement and the pedigree, and we categorize them again. And we already put some little stars at some stallions that you want to keep in view that might be a premium stallion. Because in the end, in Den Bosch, it goes really, really fast, and there's not that much to decide or to discuss. So you have to have your homework done before the show starts. Okay, we started off always with the jumpers. First on Wednesday. Wednesday is really just a breeding day. Free jumping, some studio interviews and some awards, but in Wednesday it's not the longest day, but it's mostly the free jumping, and you can see a lot of horses there. We don't do them again on the hard ground. German studbooks do it, but we have the information. If there's a question, or if it's like we have a slight problem with the feet, or we're wondering about some stuff, our colleagues can go into the stable up front and have another look when it's calm and quiet, and they will give the information for us. But we don't see them on the hard ground again. So they will jump for the second time. Okay, on Thursday. Then you got the rest of the stallions for the free jumping. And also the stallions that are invited for the premium will come back to get the talk about them. This year we changed it a bit with the jumpers. They got like the total result in the walking ring. Normally they came back as they were selected for the performance test, and then people would hear if they got a premium stallion. But in the end, it's not really the nicest view to see all the jumpers trotting in hand, back under the saddle that were approved the year before. And it's for us always fun, and sometimes a bit, you're nervous about it, how they developed and how they will show them off, because the points have been given recently, and you're hoping that they will live up to it and show off what they did in the performance test. But it's really nice to see for the breeders all those young stallions together and get a lot of information about that before the breeding season starts. It's the same with the stallion competition. Again, the older stallions back for the finals under the saddle, a lot of information. And this year the select sale was back live. So that took some time as well. Yeah. Friday, dressage day. It's my day, so I can always have 2 days of fun and get a bit of known again with all the surroundings, and then the work starts. Second round viewing of the dressage stallions. Okay, we ask them back if they're selected for the ring, and then have them trot in hand again. Once, it gives a lot of information in the end for a dressage horse, and it's nice to see him in the group. And sometimes then even you decide, okay, is it going to be a premium stallion or not? How does it show itself? And how is the overall view? Also, we had the presentation of the stallions approved in 23. The stallion competition, we changed it a bit. Normally they all did a dressage test. But we decided, especially for the 4-year-olds, there's a lot of pressure on getting a good test, on showing them off well. There's a huge audience watching. And we said, okay, we just want them to have a nice experience. It's a huge environment for your young horses. So take off the pressure of a good test. Therefore, they're allowed to make a mistake, it doesn't matter. And just have a nice presentation and make sure that over the 3 pre-selections that we had, you have the final winner already. And then just make a nice presentation. If it's a bit scared, okay, pet it once, let it walk, lengthen the reins a bit and show off nice riding. Because in the end, we need to watch that more and more. The predicate stallions, we had 3, Desperado, Everdale, and finally Crexé. So that was really nice. Dressage Horse of the Year, Glamourdale. A nice show, I think, with the World Greatest, where all the older stallions, a lot of them came back, and we had offspring, and of course the farewell of Dream Boy. It's always nice if the stallions that did so good in the sport and in breeding will come back and have a final presentation there. On Saturday, okay, again, a lot of horses. We had a bit more this year, so it took a bit more time as well. And we had the premium stallions presented there. A couple of horses that are going up to Grand Prix. So it's again nice for the breeders to see the horses that are like in between stallion competition age and in between Grand Prix. They don't see them that often on competition, so it's good to present them there. The select sale was back. I think we had a good select sale. Okay, it's not comparable to the prices in Germany, but I think it's really realistic, and we had a couple of nice stallions in there. And this year we had a bit of different program with the gelders horses after the dressage, and had a full evening for the harnessed horses, so that really had their own stage. Yeah. Okay, the viewed stallions over the years. If we look, we see that the number is going down and down and down a bit. For us, it's not really, well, we don't wonder about that, because in the end, people are selecting more and more themselves at home. And we have more ways now of coming under the saddle if they're a bit older. So it's a natural process that the stallions that we get as a 2.5-year-old is slightly going down. And on the other side, we see the number of stallions we get as a 3, 4, or 5-year-old slightly going up. But it will never be in balance, adding up to the same amount, because the selection that is made under the saddle always will bring less stallions than when you start with a free movement, because you don't know then yet if it's going to be good under the saddle. The difference between the jumpers and the dressage horses is always a bit like that. Most of the times we have a bit more dressage stallions than jumpers. It has been like that for years. Yeah. From the first round to the second round, we had 90 jumper stallions. That's 57%, it's a bit more than the year before. And 100 dressage stallions, 41% of all the stallions that were the first viewing. It's a bit more as the year before as well. It's always nice if you can take a big group with you, but you have to make sure that it's good enough to go there. Okay, between the first and the second round of the stallion selection, we go and gather a lot of information. All the foreign registered mares that are not in our database, we contact the other societies to get information on the dam lines. And we go and have a look at all the mares that are not being graded in our system with a predicate. Okay, if she had 70 on conformation and like 65 on movement, it's okay because we know the conformation was good enough. But the other ones, we go and have a look, just to make sure, with our own eyes again, how the situation is at that moment. Is it something that's really blocking the stallion to be selected? Or is it a mare that was just a little bit, well, I don't know, underdeveloped maybe when she was at the mare show, and did she grow into it? And make a new report. And it's the same with the mares that are abroad. Okay, when they're in the States or in Denmark, we don't go there yet. But normally we make a round through Belgium and through Germany to get the information. And the biggest thing we look at is, are the hoofs, are they the same, are they equal? Is there no defect on like the foundation? And how is the top line? And in the end, is the movement equal enough? If we look at the predicates of the mothers of the stallions that we got selected, okay, we have to take in consideration that the foreign mares are not in there, because we can't give them a predicate like we've got. And we compare it to the years before that. Okay, sometimes there's a little difference, but in the end, we always have a lot of mares with predicate. Talking for the dressage, we had a bit less preferente and prestatie mares, but this year we had a lot of young mares. And in the end, those predicates take some time, because you need to have offspring old enough to gain the points to make sure that you will get it. So again, that's all the information we have on paper, and you weigh it in and you say, okay, it's a young mare, we can't expect her to have that one yet. Another thing, the level of sport. And if you see this overview, you can see right away the difference between the jumpers and the dressage. They're a couple of years ahead with having sport in the dam line, and especially with having mums that were in the sport themselves. They were faster with the ET and with the ICSI, so it will take the dressage people a bit more time to go there. And in the end, I always say, if a dressage rider goes to a competition and brings 3 horses, they're really busy. If a jumper does that, he's like, oh, I have a lazy day. So there are more horses going on competition with jumping as well, so you will get more results. Stallions with several sons selected. For us, especially with the young stallions, it's always nice if you have a couple more, because you can really compare it and see what will happen during the selection process. If it's a stallion that we already have more offspring of and approve more offspring, you always think it needs to add something. So it has to be better than the ones that you have. But in the end, the biggest decision is taken under the saddle. So if it's good enough, and we have a couple of them, don't be afraid to take it to the performance test, because there you will see if it's better and good enough. The young stallions, the ones with the first crop, Henk put some foreign stallions on there as well. I didn't do that for the dressage horses. In the end, there were some young stallions there from others, the books that have a stallion selected. It's always nice if you have them from the young stallions, because it's new information and you can see how they will develop under the saddle and how the quality is then. One really worth mentioning is Monte Carlo. I think he had 7 stallions, 7 colts in that year. That was the first year of breeding. He had 3 at the first viewing. We took 3 to Den Bosch and we took 2. So in the end, that's a really nice result, and we're looking forward how they will develop under the saddle. The premium stallions for the jumpers, they always ask what makes a premium stallion. In the end, it's the total package. You want the good conformation, you want the good pedigree, and you want 2 times good free jumping or 2 times good free movement. But it's never the perfect one. I haven't found the perfect one yet. If you find it once, call me and show it to me, but there's always something that you wish for, or in a pedigree, or with moving, or with the conformation, but in the end, it has to stand out on a certain point, so you want to put it on a higher level, on a higher podium, and show it off to the breeders. We will talk about all the premium stallions a bit later with the videos. With the dressage, we had 5, and there's not, people always say, is there a number you have to do? No, it's really the stallion committee that decides how many there are. So it's not like we have to do 3 or we have to do 8. It's really up to them to make decisions on that. We don't do it for the jumpers, but for the dressage, we have a look at it. We have to, because we have to make sure that we keep a wide population. If it's a good horse and it's really high, it's not a huge blockage. Because in the end you want a good horse and it's for the breeders to decide. But if it's low or very low and the horse is good enough, it can help him. In the end it has to be good enough. You don't only select it because of different or new blood, but it can help a bit to push it over the last line and make sure that it will get in. Now we will have the stallions all the way, so we're really late. And with the jumpers, I've got the text there because otherwise...
Sorry guys, gonna have to bear with me here.
Yeah, but you're doing really good.
Okay, tell me when you're ready.
You can hit it.
Okay.
Okay, it's the funniest thing is that if breeders will talk about, we'll talk about the stallions, now they would say, oh yeah, what do you think of always remember Jack? And until they're approved, we would say the organics out of the for pleasure. I don't do nothing with names. So for us, it's really talking about the breeding. The dad, Organics de Seigneur, 160 with Jos Lansing, really good in breeding as well. The mother of this one is Durley Chin, Grand Prix level as well, with Eric Lamas. Yeah, you can see it with the jumpers, sometimes you really have amazing pedigrees. Her father for pleasure, twice gold, Olympic Games. So also really a lot of sport genes. Durley Chin already gave 4 Grand Prix level jumpers. One of them is Killer Queen from Daniel Deuser. The grandmother Whaley Chin de Moose and the great-grandmother Curly Chin, both were at Grand Prix level as well. So then in the dam line, it's crazy how many jumper genes you have and how many results there are. Thanks this, the stallion, I'm going in Dutch again. The stallion is well developed, a good length in his body, bit classical when it's standing in front of you, and when it starts moving and jumping, it will get prettier, and that's good because you want it to be pretty when it's in the work. Good shoulder and withers, and really correct in the foundation. An active canter with a good balance, good in the changing. And when he jumps, he has a lot of overview. He really has a good use of the body and good techniques in his leg. And what's really good with this one was that it was really even, really equal. Every time he jumped, it was the same. So it wasn't like he was getting better or was getting worse. He was really stable in his presentation. And he had a lot of scope. And then we have the Carbis set out of the Diamant de Sémilly. A stallion, the father as well, a 160 level with Christian Aalman, mother and grandmother of Carbis, of the father of this stallion, were at 160 as well. So on the father's side in the dam line, even the mares competed at the highest level. His mother is Shakira de Keizer. The Kreisker, she was 145 level, and she's a full sister of the Grand Prix stallion Quickly de Kreisker. It's also a son of Diamant de Sémilly then. His grandmother is a daughter of the thoroughbred Laudanum, and she's the grandma of Dubai de Cèdre, that won the Grand Prix of Amsterdam in 24 and was 3rd on the European Championships in Milan with Julien Epillard. So again, there are a lot of sport genes in the pedigree. The stallion's also well developed, a really good forehand, strong in the top line, good connections in the body. The canter is enough of ground cover, and it's really good in the changes. When he jumps, he starts really natural, a lot of overview, good mindset, and good technique in the front leg, a lot of use of the body, and he has a lot of athletic scope.
Is there ever going to be a possibility that there's a closed caption under those discussions when we watch this online, just on the internet, so that we can understand what the judges are saying when they're...
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a discussion. In the end, we would really like it to be in English as well. So the things that the committee is saying, that it's translated right away, so everybody can hear it. I don't think we can translate everything, like every presentation that's given, but I think the comments on the stallions, it's important. There were a lot of German breeders as well, and they texted me, they said, oh, it was a really good stallion show, but we didn't get anything about the comments. And in the end, yeah, that's really, that's not nice, because it's a lot of information they get. I was in Denmark last week for the stallion selection, and I sat there and I thought, I got no clue what you're saying, now I get it. Yeah. So we're thinking about how to do that. Yeah. Okay, the next one. Landino VDL out of a Sirocco Blue VDL. Nice van de Lageweg pedigree. Landino is at 135 level at the moment with Alex Gill. He's from Staccato Gold out of a well-known Holsteiner dam line. 474A. It's the dam line from Verdi, Calato, Balabu, and Fingino. He is selected for the performance test, Landino, but he didn't do the performance test yet, and he was approved at the NAPS with high points. The mother, she was as a 3-year-old on the National Mare Show. She's a daughter of the preferent Sirocco Blue, and it's from the Usina dam line. Stal Roelofs had a lot of really good horses from that. One of them is the preference stallion Namelis. He's a really youthful stallion, a lot of blood, good length in his body, correct in the foundation, really light-footed when he canters, quick in his reflexes, really good front and hind leg technique, and he's really good in having a little bit athletic scope on the wide oxer again. And in the end, it's you don't want them all to be the same. You want them to have different qualities, because the mares have different qualities as well. One 16, the Matthias out of the Gidam. What's really nice to tell is that this one is bred by the daughter from Reini Theus. They got the mare from their grandpa, and they, I think they were the youngest girls there, the breeders, to breed a selected stallion. So in the end, if you get a present like that for your grandpa, you can have a really good start in horse breeding. I started with less, I think. It's from the first crop of Matthias. Matthias is the son of the Grand Prix Hanks Comilfo, Katoki, Berlin, Tampa, Corland, Indoctro, Nibidor. Thank you, Hank, for the whole pedigree. Matthias was approved in the performance test with high points, and he's now owned by Jur Vrieling, and they recently started showing on competition. Mother, Annalita C. She's a daughter of the preferent Kidam, de Revelson Kidam. She did a really good IBOB with a 9 for technique, scope, and talent, and she had a total of 87 points. And she gave a 145 jumper and a Grand Prix horse, a lot of sport in the mother line. The hengst is really appealing to see, big enough, good forehand, and it's really a stallion expression, and he's happy as well, having fun, a bit naughty. really correct again in the foundation, and he had a nice active throb. They don't really, in my opinion, they don't really look a lot at that, but I still like it if they're good in trotting. And I can imagine if you're a jumper, it's nice if you ride your horse every day to get a nice trot as well and a comfortable trot. The canter is active with a lot of balance. It's quick in the jump with a lot of reflex, really good front leg technique. He twists a little bit in the hind, and sometimes he's a bit hurried, so that it's not always top on the jump, but it's got a lot of scope. So in the end, you see not perfect, but a lot of nice things to like. (132) O'Neill van het Eigelo out of numero uno. I don't know a lot about breeding or jumpers, but I see a lot of numero uno. Father O'Neill, he was a 3-year-old champion at the BWP. He's a son of the world champion Viggon Azul, and he's from a Dutch dam line. O'Neill himself at the moment is active successfully 155 level under the name Minuteman with Willem Greven. So that's sometimes difficult when they change the names. And on the pedigree, we don't change the names once it gets foals. So then the name is forever the same. And if they change the name in the sport, we always have to make sure that we make it in our mind to remember that it's the stallion. The mom is a daughter of the Preferente Hengst numero uno. And it's a dam line with a lot of sport, like the Grand Prix jump horses Nanta and Mianta. And she already gave a 150 and a 130 horse. He's really huge, 176, long lines, really good long neck, good withers, and an athletic body. For a horse his size, he still has a lot of blood and athletic body. Canter with a really good balance and a lot of suppleness. For a huge horse like he is, he's still really quick in the jump, good upwards, and in the air he's really fast in going and shifting forward again. A lot of athletic scope. And then we got the last jumper. A United Touch out of Dakar VDL. United Touch, really successful now with Richard Vogel. It's amazing how they go sometimes and how fast they are. He's bred with a lot of inbreed. United Touch. His grandmother, Cantate Touch, Grand Prix with Ben Schreuder, is double in the pedigree through the father and the mother line. She's a daughter of the Olympic champion Classic Touch. His mother was as a 3-year-old at the National Mare Championship, and she jumped with good reflexes and a lot of use of the body. His great-grandmother, O'Sally, was at Grand Prix level with Willem Greven, and it's a really youthful stallion, a lot of blood and expression. He trots and canters, light-footed and good in the changes. He's really good in shifting forward with his body, athletic, really careful, and a lot of athletic scope, and they almost see it as a thoroughbred. So it really has a lot of blood. Rockstar Millionaire. I think the dressage people are really good in getting fancy names like that. A son of Daffy, who's currently doing a Grand Prix with Lisa Muller. Also was world champion at the Young Horse Championships as a 6 and a 7-year-old. Out of a really nice dam line. And I'm not saying that because Ralph breeds with that dam line, but it's a really nice dam line. The mother, Santana, was at set light level. It's like 4th level. You have a little tempi in it and a little pirouette. She did that herself. She's by Venrooij. And she already gave a Prix St. George horse by Johnson. That's one of the horses that wasn't in the catalog and we found like 2 days before. It's active in Denmark with Daniel Bachman Andersen. And a Fürstebal offspring in Vito. That's at, I think, level 4 as well. A little bit higher than what the mum did. It's the dam line from Santano, the approved stallion, but also Sintano van Hof Olympia from Garrett Hughes. And yeah, Blom's Catino, which is active here, and Blom's Hotmail, that's doing Inter 1. It's a long-legged stallion with a lot of expression, long-legged, luxurious one, really good forehand, front. It's correct in the foundation, and it was really nice to see on the hard ground when it goes into trot and you see it from behind, you really see him go down a bit in the end and lift up in the withers. So he starts in the way you want a dressage horse to start. It was really light-footed. In Den Bosch it was a bit tensed, and then you take the whole presentation with you. So also the presentations from Ermelo to take the decision. But a horse with a lot of mechanic in the movement and good power in the canter. And this one is but it's low in kinship as well. 1.6. So it's for us a bit different blood. And then we got the Glamourdale. This is not the good one.
It's not right?
No, they did the wrong one.
Yeah, it's the wrong one.
Yeah, we didn't make this one a premium.
No.
I trusted my colleagues. I didn't have a check. No, you won't have it.
But tell us why. He's not.
Why he's not?
We don't have time for that. Sorry.
I don't have time for that in the end. But okay, I will just wait with this one. Okay. I will tell a little bit about the Glamourdale Cum Laude. We really liked that horse from the first time. It was a horse with a really appealing appearance, really a stallion, maybe a little bit soft or weak in the top line, but when he starts moving you can see that he uses it in a really good way, and he's got a lot of swing through his body. Really nice closed in the trot, and hind leg that goes under the body and really takes over the weight. And it's the same in the canter, a lot of balance, really good in the changes. The only thing you could wish for is a little bit more looseness in the walk. So it would really have the overtrack, but in the end, to judge those dressage horses there on the walk is really, really difficult. You have to have them in the performance test a couple of days, so they're more relaxed and they're used to the environment, and then you can see the walk. Okay, now we'll do this one. And this was really one I already put a little star with it at the first viewing. So then he was impressive, and we thought maybe if he's the same in Den Bosch again, we can make it a premium. In the end, there's not a lot of sport in the dam line, but the mom did a really good EBOP herself and still is a young one. The Jameson, out of the easy game. Jameson, impressive as a young horse, now active. Small tour level, Marieke van der Putten. Easy game. He did small tour level himself and brought like Hermes. His mom from this stallion was active at Zet Het Zwaar level, 4th level with changes every 4 strides. She's still really a young mare. He's her oldest offspring, so there's nothing more to expect from her. The grandmom is a daughter from Donnehal, and she's also the grandmother from Bordeaux. We all know him from the International Dressage Ring with Isabel Vreese, but also a stallion that's bringing more and more dressage offsprings. A stallion that's a well-developed one, 173, a strong body, good connections in the body, really good front. A lot of mechanics, really uphill when he starts moving. The canter was in the first round viewing a little bit tight in the body, but it was way better in Den Bosch. And it was really nice to see when they held him in hand and they trotted him, that he did even more than during the free movement.
Do you think you'll ever see multiple excellent offspring from embryo transfers, like the same mare may have several?
That can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not a guarantee that if one is good, the other one will be as well. Yeah. You have nurture and nature. And it's never always the same. It's with clones as well. The Lantanas out of the Negro. Last year we had a really nice collection of Lantanas, and we had the same this year. Really strong in type and in movement. It's a bit a question how they will go under the saddle, because we haven't really had one yet in the performance test. So we're looking forward to get them under the saddle and to see how the rideability is and how the balance and the movement is under the saddle. Lantanas hasn't been at sport yet. He showed himself in Den Bosch, but he's not being competed yet. Then we have the mother. It's a daughter from Negro. Yeah, we know him, of course, as a big producer of dressage horses. The Pharaoh son with a lot of power from the hind leg every time. The grandmother is the mother of the Grand Prix horse, the Angelo. And she gave 2 small tour horses as well. In the end, it's the dam line from just Wimpel and Ototo from the Wimpel as well. So it goes back to that line. It's a long line stallion, really correct in the foundation. Nice, equal in the body. And when it moves, yeah, I don't know, maybe Liz knows the English word trit. There's no English word for it, but it goes the same every time.
Rhythm?
It's like a machine, in a good way.
A clean rhythm?
Yeah, for sure a clear rhythm, but also like bending in the joints and thinking, okay, I can make this trot go big and I can make it come back and it will keep on moving from the hind leg. And you can see it here. Every time he goes, the hind leg goes under and he's still almost marching. And you can see he's really easy in going back and going forward again and keeping the balance and the posture. And the way he moves, it looks like you could just get on, make the reins in the correct length and just go. But hopefully we will see it this spring or in the fall. If you look from this side, it looks really funny. It's a really different shape of the body. Roma USB. It's always nice if you can see in the name who are the owners. It's a good brand name. Some from Vaderland. Vaderland we had in the stallion selection as well. There are different ways to get to the approval. Vaderland came as a 7-year-old. He was at small tour level really good with Dinya, and Eugène said, okay, I would like to get him approved. So he came to the first round viewing. When they're correct enough, then they get invited for the stallion, for the second round viewing, and you have a look at some offspring. We already had 3 at the first round. We took 2 of them to Den Bosch, and both got selected, and this one we made a premium. The dam line is not the biggest dam line. If you say you got something to wish for with this stallion, you wished a bit more in the dam line, it's good enough. But it's not the really shiny one you have with some other stallions. But it's a really nice stallion in type. Really good withers and shoulder. Good connections in the body. Really good appearance. And if he trots, he's really elegant. Uphill, a lot of mechanic. In Ermelo, he was a little bit tensed and he really liked to show off his trot and the canter was a bit more difficult, but in Den Bosch he showed a good canter as well. And he's really easy in the trot, goes forward, comes back. The walk is active. It could have a bit more over track, but it's always clear. And then we get to the part again that we say, okay, we will have a look at that walk under the saddle and see how it develops.
What do you think about paddling?
About what?
What we call paddling, where the front legs go.
You have to have a look when they are old enough, and especially under the saddle, you have to have a look when the balance is good. We had, last year we had a stallion on the hard ground at the first round, and it trotted in hand, and I said, whoa, what is this? It was so extreme. It was not normal. I wrote down 45 points confirmation, no chance to go on. And then they go to get the height measured, and the colleague there always lets them walk and trot once again, because it's quiet there, they're relaxed, and you can have a better look. And he came in the talk we always have afterwards, and he said, oh, it's correct enough. I said, what? It's correct enough. I said, you have the wrong one. No, it's correct enough. So I said to the committee, come on, to the stable. And we had a look. Correct enough. But in the end, he was so tensed that he would tighten up his shoulders and the legs just went. It was like a mannequin in Milan going down the catwalk. I call it a catwalk. They really crossed like that. And then we had it under the saddle, and it was one of the best ones of the fall. And it wasn't a Jameson. No, it was the Chiento Desperado. But so you can see that an image like that can change really fast. And for sure, especially you can see it really good in the walk, it has to be correct enough. But if they're loose in the shoulders or still narrow in the chest, it can move a bit. But in the end, have a look under the saddle. And we will see Monday, I will be at Schiphol at 6. And then at 10:30, we will see the stallions again. The 4-year-olds are presented then under the saddle. And they always say, why is the committee in the corner? Sometimes we go in the middle, but a lot of times we're in the corner because you got the long side and you can see him coming towards you and going away. And when we see a lot of paddling then, we tell it to the owner. And we say it has to get better when the horse is relaxed or gains more balance, because now it's too much. We don't approve him there, we select him. And that's a big difference with Germany. So if the paddling is there under the saddle and it's too much, we don't approve it. But again, if it's like getting tense on other things, sometimes you have to compromise a bit. But then we write it down, make it clear to the breeders, and they can decide.
I see a lot of them. I see a lot of them on the FBI level.
Yeah.
Not Dutch horses, in German.
Yeah, really a lot. No, but they are a lot. But you know what the difficulty is? If you have a lot of movement in the front leg, it moves. And it moves in every direction. If you want to have a stiff one with no front leg, it will be straight. But we don't like that as well. So it's always finding the balance. And I think it's, okay, the farrier was here yesterday. For me, it's really important that it's even on his foot. So it won't land on like the outside or in the inside, because they get like this peak pressure on it. So make it straight on his foot, and if it goes out a bit, then it goes out. I'd rather have it a bit toed out than toed in. Oh, we got the Gelder one, otherwise Luke will get angry with me. Yeah. Really good in the Gelder type. A lot of appearance. It was the most complete one on pedigree. A lot of sport for the Gelder dam line. Conformation was good, movement, but it also did a nice performance with the free jumping that they still do at the first round viewing. When he was a foal, he was third on the day of the Gelderse Paard, and he was allowed to go to the National Mare Show. And he had a lot of suppleness already then. He's a son from the Gelder stallion Cardino, and he's the first offspring of the mare Jamila. She was in sport herself, the grootmoeder or the grandmother. She's a daughter from the Gelderse hengst Elegant. She gave several offspring that were really successful at the keuringen, and she gave in combination with Lord Lauderdale, 4th level daughter, and I think it's a 3rd level son. He's really functional in the moving, with a good use of the body, suppleness. And I think it's worth mentioning, and it's not because he's here, but I think, Scott, you were the most all-round stallion owner there. With a gelders one, a dressage one, and a jumper. Gert-Jan tried. Gert-Jan van Os tried because he had a lot of dressage, even premium stallions, and he had a harness one that got selected. But you got 3, so I think congratulations. It's really nice to see you put in all that effort and showing the stallions in the Netherlands and hopefully getting them approved and bringing them back to the States. It's not done now. I mentioned it slightly before, but this is like a shifting in all the stallions. The most important part is still coming, and that's the performance test. And I have huge discussions with all the breeders every year, because next week when I'm sitting there at the kitchen table drinking coffee, they will tell me which one will I use this year. And I say, none of them. They're not on the menu yet. They have to do a performance test. Yeah, but I want to be the first and then I can sell my foal, and it's always good when it's the first. But honestly, the second offspring year of a stallion, 99 times out of 100 is better. Because people see more, know more, took a bit time, looked at their mare, instead of running after the one that impressed at the stallion show. So wait, and think about all those stallions that proved themselves in the arena and with their offspring. In the dressage, we forget them. With the jumpers, they have too much focus, and we forget them. So don't run after them yet. First, let them work. Do you have any questions?
If a horse goes through the second round, but you have already nixed it because of conformational fault, but you let them go on through, and that horse then goes into another registry and is approved, how do we get access to those health?
You don't.
Okay.
No, honestly, that's the verantwoordelijkheid. Responsibility of that registry. If you see what choices they make on correctness of the foundation or on blood, we had one stallion that went out because it was really high inbred. And for us, the percentage was too high, and it's going now somewhere else. But in the end, the breeders have to think about that. Vaderland is high as well, lower than the other one, but high as well. But then you see offspring and you know what he's producing, and you can take a little gamble. But with a 3-year-old, you've got some things. And it's the same with ones we don't find good enough for whatever reason. If they go somewhere else, it's the responsibility of that registry.
Because that even happens after they've gone.
For sure, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I really, honestly, we see it a lot in the Netherlands with German stallions, and probably Jens knows that. They will see it with Dutch stallions. Breeders use stallions without ever seeing them, without getting right information. I have breeders using German stallions and I say, do you know that it didn't do a test yet? Oh, no, but it's approved. I said, yeah, free movement and in hand. It never did a test. And then I have to tell them it's registered B because it didn't complete a test and they're angry, but they didn't do their homework. In the end, you have to be smart. You can find everything. And otherwise call me or call Jens or whatever and we can find it for you. Get the right information. And nowadays with all the internet and Clip My Horse, you can see so much. And have a look at our performance tests or at the sport tests that are in Germany, and you can make up your own mind and get the right information.
The harness people went crazy, but also the riding horse people went crazy, because if you see him, he still looks, he's the only living preferred stallion, harness horse stallion in the Netherlands, so he's really unique. So that's why I chose the first page with this stallion. Let's go on. We had 3 currings in total. We start our first curring in Ermelo, and we never do a curring in a cage. We have the dressage and jumper horse and the gelders, they were presented in a cage. We never do that, because we only show them in trot, in hand. So that's a big difference between harness horses and riding horses. If we look at how many entries we had, the breeding direction of harness horses is a little bit smaller, actually way smaller than the riding horses, and it's a little bit bigger than the gelder horses. So we had this year 31 entries, or 31 have been assessed in the first round. 7 of them became star. It's a predicate for us. If you become star, it's possible to go to before the performance test starts, you can present them in harness, and maybe it's a second chance to get invited for the performance test. So if you get star, it's really an important predicate, so you have the possibility to do that. 9 stallions were selected at that moment for the second round in Den Bosch. The ones who have been in Den Bosch have seen them all. And 2 older stallions were invited for a presentation in harness in Den Bosch. And that's a follow-up belonging to the first round. So an older stallion can be invited for the second round, but has to perform in harness before. So that's really an important issue for us. And of course, a 4-year-old harness stallion can be presented because of his age. A young one is actually too young to be presented. Yes, the next one. Then we had the second curring in Den Bosch. It was on Saturday, February 3. There should be 2 older stallions in harness, but one got flu, so he wasn't presented over there, so we still had only 1. In total, there were 10 stallions assessed in the second round, and 8 of them have been selected for the performance test. And then we had a third curring. It was the follow-up inspection in Ermelo. It was about 2 weeks later. And there was the other older stallions which had the flu during Den Bosch. It was presented there as a follow-up. And we had 1 re-inspected stallion. In this case, it was a re-inspected stallion. He was not big enough 6 weeks before. He was 159 to be selected for the second round, or to become invited for the performance test, you need to be 160. I think it's the same like the dressage horses or the jumpers. Both stallions were selected, so if we look at statistics, there were 31 presented, 7 of them became star, 12 of them became second round, 10 of them were selected, and 2 of them got a premium. And the nice thing about this, we didn't select about it, but you know, kinship and inbreeding is a big issue in the harness horse world. So we were very glad we have selected stallions from 10 different sires. So we didn't know it before, but I was counting it. I said, hey, that's good. So in case of inbreeding, I think that's very, very positive. If we look at the kinship, like I said, it's very important, but yeah, it's always the question, what will be the entries? So before the entries come, we are always very curious about the kinships. We would love to see a lot of lower kinship stallions, but you never know what the entries are. So if we have the entries, we take a look, we discuss about the pedigrees, and we say, okay, that one is very interesting, maybe a little bit less interesting, or some stallions have to compensate for the pedigree. So the statistics about this was actually we only had 1 very low, so we are really glad we have 1. We also have 1 low average also, but the biggest group is actually always, and I thought while seeing the riding horses, average still high is the biggest group. So is the harness horses group, and we had only high with high kinship, and we're glad there wasn't any with very high kinship. And very high kinship is regarding harness horses about 14 or 15%. So it's way higher than the riding horses. Of course, the dams, we try to select on very good dams, and we like predicates in the pedigree. There was 1 dam from Hackney. She didn't have a predicate. We had 3 star mares, 3 cur mares, 3 elite mares, 2, and 1 preference mares. So when you count them, it's 10 again. So I will tell you a few things about all the selected stallions. So we had 10, so I will show you some photos. I don't tell a lot. I will explain some more about premium stallions. We start with Realist van Altrido. He's by Innovatief. Innovatief is not used a lot in the harness horse world. I don't know why, but Innovatief has a low kinship. But if the harness horse people don't want to breed with them, they don't breed with them. So the chances for a stallion like Innovatief, his sire, are really very, very small. So you can be lucky if you got one from his offspring at the current and he can be selected. So regarding kinship, that's good. Although he's still average still high, but that's of course because of Helanda. So his dam line is from Sisandro. Sisandro has the highest kinship we have in harness horse breeding. So that's why it's not low. When we look at stallion, he has a lot of stallion performance with a very nice head, a very nice eye. He has long legs and a very lean leg quality. And what we liked about him, he had a lot of suspension. He also was very good in posture, and because of his offspring from Innovatief, we are very glad he could be selected. When I go to the next one, it's the one on the right, it's Relatief. He's by Idol. Idol is doing very well in the breeding at the moment. He has a lot of curring mares, curring offspring, but also offspring in sports, which perform very well. He's out of an elite mare from Unico, and the dam line is a very famous dam line in the Netherlands, with a lot of predicates, a lot of Idol horses. Regarding sports, it's a little bit less, but it's a well-known and very stable bloodline. Then we go to Boselli, number 717. He's sired by Boselli, out of a cur mare, also from Sisandro. This one isn't the biggest, but if we look at the pedigree from the dam side, the dam and the grand dam are both bigger. And since it's still a young stallion, we don't worry about his size. He will grow up. And what we do like about him, you can see it, his kinship is very low. So regarding Boselli, and I saw at the presentation from Chester, he was also driving a Boselli. So this is another one. So there might be a good future for him. And regarding his lower kinship, we really look forward how he will be presented in the stallion selection. He has a lot of expression, and he also has a lot of youth and a lot of front. On the right side we have Rolando. He's sired by Lanto out of a stare mare from Fantijn. He's not the biggest one. He's a little bit on higher level regarding kinship. But his mother line is very strong. There are a lot of predicates, a lot of sport horses, and there are even 2 sport mares in it, and even 1 top sport mare. So his dam line is very interesting. That's why we selected him for the performance test. Then we go to Romeo V. Above, it's an offspring by Iselli out of a stare mare from Ebert. It's a bigger horse. He's average till high in kinship. And this horse was also presented with a lot of stallion presence, with a good foreleg action. And we liked him because also of his size, and also his dam line was sufficient enough. And we go to the other one.
Chester has out of the same dam line, one competing tomorrow.
Oh, that's nice. Good information. So we see family tomorrow, hopefully. Then we go on the right side below is Rocky Cash. It's Johnny Cash out of Jaysilla by Ebert. For this mare also counts, this stallion also counts that his dam line is very strong. So there are a lot of sport predicates. There are a lot of good performing horses in the dam line. And his father is actually imported from the United States to the Netherlands. And actually this is his first crop. He wasn't too big at the first round, but 6 weeks later he was big enough. And regarding his kinship, which is low to average, he's also interesting, and he performed very well during the curring on the 3rd round, on the 3rd time in Harreveld. Then we had 2 older selected stallions. They had to be presented in harness. I start with Nikolai. It's left above. He's a black son of Image out of Hackney dam line. His dam was a very good performing Hackney in sports, and his father reached the highest class in harness horse, in fine harness in the Netherlands. What really is interesting about him is that his kinship is very low. It's only 5.9%. That's really low. And also because he's older, he has been performing in sports already. I believe he started 12 times in the Netherlands and he won 10 times. So that's for the stallion committee a reason to accept him for the stallion test, and hopefully he will perform that way and hopefully he will get approved, but we'll see about that. And then we have another older stallion. It's the chestnut on the right. He's sired by Ebert out of Ster Preference, a mare from Kowalski. It's a very old dam line with a lot of predicates and goes back to Duvalda. I think the harness horse people will know Duvalda. It's really old dam line. And this is a very strong horse, and he was presented in harness as well, and he made a very good impression there. So we're also curious about the 4-year-old, how he will perform in the performance test. Then we have the selected stallions who got the premium. The first one is Roscoe. He's from the first crop of Leffe Blond. And he comes out of a very well-known dam line. So Ultra Rose, everything with Rose is very well-known in the Netherlands. In this dam line we find also the top sport mare Denrose, has won many competitions, and it's really old dam line, and the breeder was Van Middelaar. If we say Van Middelaar in the harness horse world, everybody knows what we're talking about. His kinship is average still high. He's 163, and we have a video of the premium horse, so we'll show him in the next sheet. So the presentation of the harness horses is only in hand. It only takes maybe 2 minutes to go around 2 times in hand. So we line them up, and then we take a short look and we check if everything we've done so far is still the same. And also the organization don't want us to take too long to judge the horse again, so we are really quick in judging the horse. And about his conformation, he is well developed. He has a lot of stallion expression, and he has really fits the harness type very well. He has an awesome foreleg action and a lot of front. His suspension is good, his top line is more than sufficient, his loins could be a little bit stronger, his croup is a little bit sloping. His hind leg, he bends his joints very well, but his hind leg could be brought a little bit more underneath his body. But he's still young, so we don't worry about it a lot. But as you can see, he has a lot of stallion impression and a lot of front, and the technique in his foreleg is really outstanding. We can't hear the sounds, but when the harness people see horses like this, they completely go crazy.
Sorry, now you can.
Now we have to show. Even the riding horses, people are stepping up for a horse like that.
Always the most fun.
We also have different music. Maybe someone noticed. Some people like it, some people don't like it, but okay. The second one who was invited for the stallion test and also became premium was Ruvaldo. He's sired by Athlete, the Keur stallion, out of a stare mare from Sisandro.
Preference!
Another happy stallion owner over here. He owns Athlete, so he's smiling again. He was a very nice horse. As a colt, he was already national champion in the Netherlands. So if you reach that, it's a very good performance to become stallion, and you never know what happens 3 years later, but we are glad he did well. He was raised very well, and he's a well-proportioned stallion. You can go to the next sheet. He's a well-proportioned stallion with a nice rectangular body, and he fits the harness type also very well. His front is very appealing. He has a very nice head and also a very nice neck. His shoulders and withers are more than sufficient. His top line is very strong connected. We believe a very strong connected top line is essential to perform well in harness. Now, he has a very lean leg quality. His leg quality is also really correct. And also a very good point, he has really good hoof and heels. In the harness horse world, good hoof and heels are really important. In front, he showed a good front with a very good foreleg action. He uses hind leg very well, and that combines it with a good technique, good posture, also good suspension, and he also had the ability to accelerate. On paper, his dam line is not very long, but we thought he has enough sufficient predicates in his dam line. The dam line did bring some sport horses and goes back to the famous Dualda Keur from Breeder de Waal. So we're also very happy with this selected stallion. Old-fashioned music, right? We try to change, but if we do, then say, oh, you're too modern now. So we keep it the way we do.
Is that it?
Then we have some...
No. Sorry.
No problem. Then we have some issues, because when a stallion is selected for the performance test, it doesn't mean it will get a stable at the performance test. So it will take a few weeks to become, to show the horse. So mostly of the time, before they can participate on the stallion test, they have to meet the requirements like proc, roaring and semen. It's the same for riding horses. If they haven't done that, they won't be accepted. And before they can start with the performance test, they have to be presented 3 times before. And the first time, also the star and second round stallions can be presented in harness for a re-chance. So that's why it's important, if you get star or second round, you always have another chance. And if they do, if they get selected, they will join the already selected stallions. So we have 10 now, and hopefully there will be 6, 7 or 8 more, and maybe we can select some more, but depending on the presentation in the harness, because harness is our breeding goal. The third time, it's one day, it's the day that the performance test starts. The stallion committee will make a final decision if the stallion will be allowed to join the performance test. So although the stallion has been selected on the third time, so on the starting day, the stallion committee still can decide we won't accept the stallion. So actually, select the stallion is good, but it starts on the day from the performance test, and then we'll see how it ends up. What we also have to do is, was short over there, it was a vet check. It's the same like the riding horses, they have to do a vet check also before they can go into a stable. And we have some examining points during the performance test. Very important for a harness horse is the front. We want to have a natural front on a harness horse, so we don't have to use any overchecks or something, because front is really something a harness horse should have. Also very important, but it's the same like riding horses, and especially dressage horses, posture is very important for us. Like Chester said this morning, he wants uphill built body direction. That's the same we want. If a horse is built uphill, it doesn't take a lot of effort to get the uphill picture, because he's built that way, so you don't have to work on that one. Of course, foreleg action, we like a lot of action in a foreleg, but also a lot of reach. Use of the hind leg is one of the most important things. If the use of the hind legs is not good, the posture will be also bad. So use of the hind leg is one of the most important things in the harness horse world. Of course, enthusiasm, we like a very happy athlete. And the point workability, trainability, also Chester referred on that one. We can have a very nice horse in hand. We can have a very good horse in conformation, and a very good horse regarding movement. But if the character, the workability, trainability isn't good, you will end up with a horse you won't even show in harness. It's even when we select on workability, trainability, stallion has to score a 7 or higher. If it's 7, let's say 6 or 6.5, the stallion won't be approved. So it gets much more important for the harness horses regarding character. And of course, we judge also, we give points for the overall impression. Then we had one approved stallion last autumn. It's Latino. He was an older stallion, was born in 2016. He also has a lower kinship. Latino was at the stallion show. Normally, just like the riding horses, we present the new licensed stallions, but since he was participating in the Oregon Trophy, he wasn't presented alone, but he competed in the Oregon Trophy and he won the Oregon Trophy. So for a new approved stallion, it's really nice to see what he was performing. If you go to the next page. Here you see the results from the stallion test. So if you see they use the hind leg, an 8.5, but also the trainability and workability 8.5, it's very good. It was really nice to see this horse when he had shown in harness. It only took a few seconds to relax completely. So that's really something we might use in the future, and hopefully his offspring will do the same. And before he got approved, he was already competing in competitions in the Netherlands, and he always finished in the top 3. So he already knew a lot before he got approved. And regarding his dam line, he's out of Keurmer from Vaandraar, Vrijdessa. In the dam line is also Scodessa, and I asked the harness people about Scodessa. They will all tell that's one of the best dam lines we have. So in this case, we have a lower kinship, and we have a very good dam line, and we have good results for this horse. So we're curious about his offspring this year. And then we had another nice moment. We had a stallion which was imported to the United States. His owner is here at the moment. And he was he became current in 2020, and we declared him preference in Nembos. He wasn't there because he was here, of course. And so this is actually the second preference stallion which is still alive. So I think it's also unique. We have a second preference stallion, and when we look to the next page, there are several rules to become predicate. To become the predicate preference, it's the highest predicate. You can't get any higher. And if we look at his statistics, at least himself, he won different competitions. He also won the Oregon Trophy. He was the winner of multiple regional highest class competitions and also multiple ladies classes. Then he was Harness Horse of the Year in 2017. His offspring has 52 stare mares, 14 cur, 7 elite, 1 preferent, 7 sport, and 17 IBOB mares. There's really a lot. He has 3 approved sons, Ebert, Capital, and Martin Marrero. And he has also the licensed stallion Jalit, and Jalit will be shown tomorrow in harness in Ocala. Then last year, his offspring, Robidessa, the 2-year-old mare, became national champion, and you just saw Rualdo, who was selected and was a premium stallion. And when I look at the picture, you see something written on it, athlete preference, but something is missing, and it's a ribbon. And actually I want to ask Erin and Bill to come forward, because the ribbon was given to the breeder, so it stayed in the Netherlands. So we think, okay, let's make a new ribbon and present it to Bill and Erin. So you have to put it on, but you have to see what's
We can both get in it.
You can. You can keep it, but you have to promise when you are back home, you put it on athlete himself.
We will.
And send us the nicest picture you can make.
We will, braid him and everything.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Gotta do a louder arm.
Yeah, right.
Yes, that's a good one. So maybe you have any questions, or maybe not. Yes.
So you said that after the selection, I think they have to show 3 times in harness
Yes.
before they're asked to go to the test. How often do they get thrown out in that selection, or what percentage?
For example, when they are irregular, so when something is not wrong or their walk is we don't judge very hard on walk, but it's for us also important that the walk should be correct. We don't select on walk yet, but we have a market like the combined driving, and the people from combined driving like a walk. So that's why we also take a good look at the walk. And the other one is when a horse doesn't perform well enough, so hasn't got front enough, or suspension is not good, or posture is not good. And especially when a stallion has a higher kinship, he has to perform above average on every aspect. So there are lots of reasons why a stallion can't be approved. So it's not quite easy, but we also don't need 10 approved stallions, but we only want to keep the best ones. And hopefully they are also with a low kinship. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. We are starting to change and starting to develop also. I think. Does it work or not?
Yeah. Maybe. Hold on. 1 second. Almost like Dröge. Hold on.
Yeah, there it goes. Oh, we can go one further already.
Okay.
Yeah. So, how does it work? The transformation in of the stallion selection procedure. We had an extensive evaluation of the total KWPN breeding strategy. Part of it is always, of course, the stallion selection. There are some certain people involved, and mainly it is the breeding council. Earlier we had a breeding council for dressage and jumping together, like for riding horses. We split them between dressage and jumping, and also the team profile has changed. So we have now there riders, we have big breeders, small breeders, a veterinarian, and also trainers in both breeding councils, so that we have combined all the knowledge that's necessary to make all the developments. Well, we had some questions for the future duration and content of the performance test. How or should we shift more forwards to selecting on the saddle, and when would be then the best time for that test? That's quite a big step when you start selecting from free moving, free jumping to under the saddle. So when we do changes, it takes a long time, and it's important that it takes a long time because everyone has to get used to new systems. So we want to move slowly towards testing on a later point in the development of the young horse. Close to the breeding goal, of course, that is, but functional and also accessible for the world that we are living in. Now, we had a discussion in the breeding council. They gave an advice to the general board. After that, we had a discussion with stakeholders, the big stallion owners, the big trainers. They gave some feedback again to the breeding council, and then the final advice from breeding council to the general board. Then it goes to the KWPN members council for final approval. Took 2 years. It's a long time, but it's good that it takes a long time because you always think about things, so can we change it, and then you get something on return, okay, maybe do it in this way or in the other way. We changed about 4 things, and one point is a pilot. Well, we start with the introduction for option for 3.5 and 4 years under the saddle during the first and second viewing. How does it work? The horses they get on the hard ground, they got selected for correctness, and after that they have to do a presentation on the saddle. Really easy, just for looking what's the natural ability of the horse that is telling the committee. Because we want to guarantee the well-being of the horses in the whole process. The one horse is just later grown up enough, strong enough to do the stallion test. And that's why we say let's always give them already another option later on in as a 3-year-old. So when they're selected for the second viewing, they do the same in Bosch at the stallion show, again on the saddle, and then they can be selected to the stallion test in springtime for the 21 days, and then they are 4 years old already. That's why we encourage and make more possibilities for selecting under the saddle. The other thing is that we have now 4 options for participating in the performance test after selection for the performance test. Before it was 3 options, so with a 4th option, after appointing for the performance test, horses have 2 years to take part in the performance test before the appointment for the performance test would go away. At this moment we still have the spring test, but I think it's going to be from 2025 we won't have a stallion test in springtime for 3-year-old horses anymore. So the first time for a 3-year-old horse will then be in autumn time, October, November, maybe January. We're looking what would be the best part for the horse for the stallion test. So just giving more chances for horses to develop when they need a little bit more time. Performance test reporting. It will also be, it's adjusted now for 2024. It's a bit shortened, but more specifically. It was more, a lot of times it was more general, but we want to have the good parts, the positive things, but also the things that the points of a horse that the breeder needs to pay attention of. So that everyone can make a better assessment to what stallion can add to his or her broodmare. And then there's a pilot that we don't publish any test points anymore. Of course, during the performance test, it's the assessment. It's made of the natural talent for the stallion. That's what we want to know. But it's really difficult at the age of a 3 or 4-year-old to see what is the talent in the end for the Grand Prix level, because our breeding goal is a Grand Prix sport horse. The test is very valuable, because you want to have young horses, because you want to make progress in the breeding. You want to make a faster progress, and then you want to shorten the generation interval. That's only when you can use the young horses. But what you also see is that the horses that get high points at the test, they get used a lot. From one point, that's okay. From the other point, it's necessary that breeders look more to the combination of the stallion and the mare, and not only at the points. That's why we make the report more specific and no points anymore. Well, we're going to see how it works. We'd say we're going to do it for 2 years on, and after 2 years we're going to make an evaluation about it and see what it brought. I'm happy that we can do it, that we do it like this, because then you really need to read more, you really need to search more for the things for the specific things that you want your mare to add. And then of course, number 5, the reduction of the PROC in the KWPN stallion selection. From last season, we did again back the PROC requirement for the second viewing. The current DOC predicate is still there and will also be remained. But the stallion committee can also exceptionally approve a stallion with a genomic breeding value still 95 points or lower for osteochondrosis, provided that she or he really overcompensates on their talent. The PROC assessment must be 100% okay, but it also works in the other way around. You want to have the horse itself and the genetic information, so that you can use both ways on that part. That's a bit of things that we changed, and from this part, I think we go now to the veterinarian changes, because that is quite a big development. Okay, let's see. Well, we want to breed horses provided at a higher level, but it's a selection also based on health characteristics. That's why we wanted to have the PROC assessment more close to the sports assessment. That's why we had a general board appointed veterinary committee who has, I think, can I go to the next? With 7 vets and 2 radiologists. There are 4 of the vets are already in the PROC committee, and then we had some vets from the biggest clinics in Holland, 1 professor and also another geneticist, a radiologist, just to see what do we need, what do we want in the future to get it more close together to the sports examination, but also to get the value up and select on clinical relevant findings. So then we have some concrete changes. The thing is, we want to make the bottom line. Okay, this is the line that a horse at least need to meet to get the certificate. It's the lowest line that you say, okay, this is what we need within the clinical relevance. We did an inventarization with all the other stud books, the German, Irish, Belgium, Denmark, to what are the veterinary requirements from them. We also looked at that and we said, okay, we're looking at that, this is what we think as the Dutch veterinarians. So we had a bottom line. Some changes then, the change of date of the x-rays, we'll come back later. We are going to expansion of some number of x-rays, and we're going to start with neck and back. And then also adjust the selection requirements for the hock knee and fetlock. Well, the bottom limit, incidental findings with a clinical relevance are included for the PROC. So really remember clinical relevance, because that's what's necessary for selecting on a sport horse. We heard that Paul also said it yesterday, you have some things he gives guarantee. Well, as a stud book we cannot give guarantee, but we select on clinical relevance. It's not always hereditary, but it can be justified that the breeding animal must be in a condition without high risk and can be forming in sports, because that's what we breed for. If you then look at the expansion of the x-ray, at the knee, 2 extra x-ray, the fetlock, 2 extra x-rays, because you want to have more views of the joint. And of course, additional x-rays may be requested if it's necessary.
Knee or stifle? Is it the front knee or the hind stifle?
The achterknie.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Stifle.
It's a stifle.
A lot of people are confused with the front knee.
Yeah.
And what's normally is not in the PROC.
Yeah. No, it's not in the PROC. No, sorry. The stifle. Okay, then it can be a few times more in the presentation. Yeah. So the stifle and the fetlock hind leg, because you want to select on some clinical relevance findings. Okay, and then neck and back x-rays, we're going to require it for the stallions, and for mares it's going to be optional. So this is what the which C wants us to see, we want to see, and the back spinal also the processes. Moving the date of x-rays. At this moment, we have from the 1st of April in the year that the horse gets 2 years old, it's possible to make the pictures. We're gonna send it back, put it at the 1st of September, because you see the genetic recovery in that half year is working positive for the horse. That's what the experience of the veterinarians was, and the radiologists, they say the same. So this year it's for mares it's still possible till the 1st of September on the old regulation, and for stallions the x-ray can be made from the 1st of September for evaluation for the PROC, because we want to have it as close as possible to the stallion selection moment. And then when you go to the bottom limit, horses that qualify for the PROC, they should be suitable for the sport. There's always a discussion about what's the suitable vet findings. That's why we want to have a bottom limit. Now, there are some findings there, like cysts. All the cysts in the fetlock and lower foot region are included. So they're in the PROC certificate now for selection, except the distal actual P1 cysts. They are not a selection feature, it's not clinical relevant. And there's a lot of variation in structure, aspect, size of the cysts. the final decision rests with the assessment committee. And also what we have in the medial formal condol system is quite technical. We publish all the regulations in a few weeks, so it's all transparent and all the vets are also getting it. These are some things why we added it in the PROC, because when you don't have all the x-rays, you cannot monitor what's happening with the horses during the generations. Then also the laminitis, the forced exterior and process, intra-articular fracture of the sesamoid bone, syphilic ossification of the hoof, cartilages, and strong high and low overhoof. Also within the bottom limit.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
When you say bottom limit, you mean these would be benign?
No, there's going to be selecton. It's in the PROC certificate. So if it's not, if it doesn't meet the expectations of the veterinarians, then they don't get the certificate. Yeah.
Okay, so but they can have that and still possibly receive the
It depends on the grading. Yeah. Of course, the veterinary committee always reserves the rights to deviation to be included in the final conclusion, with if it can influence the trainability and the function as a sport horse. And as a disclaimer, only those incidental findings are mentioned that are in the option of the veterinary assessment committee may influence functioning of trainability as a sport. And that's all what we have to do. And the goal is to get more data, see what's happening, how are the horses developing, will it be the same after 10 years, and what does and in the end, what is the effect of a finding for sports. Now we have the adjustment on the OC selection. Before we had only class A and A acceptable. So what we say now, class B and C are accepted if, in the stallion selection, if the osteochondrosis genomic breeding value is 100 or more. The limit for the predicate is 96, but we want to have a standard deviation more, so that the horse positively has the genetics to breed or to on the osteochondrosis. And that's why they say, okay, we want to use both the genetic part and the X-ray part of the horse, to use both systems from that. And that's the same also then in the stifle. Well, let's see. The fetlock, also some severe contour deviation, structure deviation with the clinical relevance is included now in the assessment. And then I think one of the things that you're looking, well, I say forward not, but we have to start look at it, neck and back X-rays. If you look at all the genetic research there is not so many known of. We don't have that kind of studies that say this is the really clinical relevance. There is some study that says, okay, when you have a horse with a grade 7 out of 7, there is a clinical relevance of 14% that they are having limited in for sports. That's why we say, okay, we have to start collecting data, but the worst skills we're gonna exclude. So that's what we say for stallions. It's mandatory, and mares is optional. They can send the PROC, they can send the X-rays in, and with an optional, they have the report also from the KWPN PROC committee of them. We want to collect data. We're working together with the sports organization also. If we now start collecting the data after years, we can follow up how they in the end go in sports, what level do they make, or how does their life go? How does a sports and performance life cycle go? That's why we say only the grade 6 and 7 on the Zimmerman scale, Dyson and Murray that we don't accept. I think it's quite a step, but we want to get only the worst and then get the data to do also research with it. It's together with the Utrecht University, with all the big clinics, and I think a really good part that we in Holland are experiencing is that we have all the bigger clinics at the table and you get more leveled to each other because everyone has their own opinion, but this is the bottom line and this is where from that we are going to start working. Yeah. Question, yeah.
I'm not quite sure where the DOC comes into play. For example, is it the same number of x-rays that are required as a horse that doesn't have the DOC running it, or are there less?
No, it's the same. The PROC, it doesn't matter anymore now if they have the DOC or not. Stallion needs to have the PROC certificate with all the x-rays and also the genomic breeding value on osteochondrosis.
Did you find that the DOC was not accurate enough for you? Is that why this is happening?
No, there's two ways. The selection pressure on DOC wasn't that we want to improve. We want to have it the same. So it's because, okay, we want to have healthy horses, but in the end, we're producing sports. And without the x-rays, you don't get the information of all the other findings that there can be possible who also have an effect on sports. But besides that, if you look at the osteochondrosis, 30% of the osteochondrosis is from the genetic part, 70% is from
injuries,
injuries, growing. So I think the growing up of a young horse is more important on the other side than the genetic part. But we can only know and do something with the genetic part as a stud book and give that information to breeders.
Where did you get those numbers that 30% is?
That was research that's done in the past when KWPN started to do the osteochondrosis research. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that in published anywhere?
Yeah, well, I think it is. Yeah.
But it's not like it's been to a study, just to the KWPN research. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought they never really pinpointed the genetics for OCD.
Yeah, well, they did.
They did.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's also what they said. Okay, we're gonna do the lowest genomic breeding value of 69.
Yeah.
So, and that's in the relationship to the same selection pressure as we do on the PROC, as they did at that time on the PROC, because it's already years ago already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Maybe
Yeah.
the camera's dirty.
Okay. If that's okay, then okay.
For the stallion scoring, if you're not going to give any scores on gaits under saddle, is that something that, I mean, I was really heavily weighting that when I was breeding, because if I needed an improvement in gaits, or I wanted to see for sure that the stallion had 3 good gaits, that's what I went to, because there's a big change, at least I found in some of my horses when they went under saddle. They got crappy scores at the walk and the canter sometimes in hand, but once they go under saddle and they round out and they learn to pick their back up, their gait scores did a total turnabout and went from like maybe 5 to 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And without that information on breeding stallions, I don't know how mare owners can make a good selection.
But that's we're gonna do it in the writing. That we say, okay, the walk is really good with a lot of overstride.
That doesn't really tell you anything. Because if you're a new breeder and you don't understand the language that you as a jury use, it doesn't help you so much. But numbers kind of just, you can really quickly look at someone. For a new breed. Well, I mean, I add the comments to it, but
Where is?
it took me a while to
Do
figure
you want
out
to make
the
an
language.
announcement that we need to
Okay.
get over there as quickly as possible?
But then that's something for us that the stud book should explain better to breeders what we mean in a report then. That's the other way around then. Yeah. Okay.